Recording in progress. Morning, Chairperson. Morning, all.
Morning, Honorable Dennis.
How are you, Chairperson?
I'm fine, Honorable Dennis, and yourself?
No, it's good. It's good. Can't complain. Lovely day in Cape Town. The weather's changing, so it's good. And the sport is good.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Where am
I saw the nervousness on the DM's face the other day at the rugby in the stadium. I could see there from Cape Town how nervous he was. The DM watching the rugby.
Hey, those who have got means, they did go and presenting us. It's good to have people that they can afford. Yeah. No one did go amongst ourselves, but no problem.
I noted the rugby club of parliamentarians went to play their games before the tournament started.
Yes, I did see.
Yeah.
I was thinking that they will want us to go with them, but it's seeming
no, it's not. It's too late for me to join the rugby team now.
No problem. Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Let me check who is here. Whether can I start the meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues.
Oh, Dr. Su.
Morning, everyone.
You must take care of yourself. Your voice still like this. Morning, Honorable Malomani.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Honorable Adams.
Morning,
all. Honorable Zondi. Honorable Denise. Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Malomani. Mhlongo 2, 3. Honorable Duduzile 4. Denise 5. Honorable Zondi. Honorable members, I'm seeing that the majority of members are logged in the platform. I'm suspecting you do see me. I want to come in again to switch off my video, but so far, here am I. Honorable members, can I take this opportunity to greet you this morning? Today we're coming together here to celebrate the 3 extraordinary moments in South African sports. First, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the entire leadership of Springboks team for their remarkable victory in a thrilling and tightly contested match against France on Sunday evening. The intensity and tenacity displayed on the field were nothing short of inspiring. Your triumph did not only highlight the team's exceptional skills, but also display the power of unity and the values upheld in the world of sports. As South African country, we take immense pride in Springboks' achievement and eagerly anticipated that you will continue to do well in semi against England this coming Saturday. It's so soon. Would love and would also like to extend our unwavering support to our Protea team as they battle against the Netherlands in the Cricket World Cup in India this morning at 10 a.m. As they are going to play this morning at 10 a.m. So far, remaining uncontested, you have worked tireless to be this far at the tournament. The South Africans back home would like to remind you that your journey is not just a competition, but a statement to the talent and unity of the team. We believe in your abilities and eagerly anticipate that your performance at the global stage will continue to inspire unity, the nation, and make us all proud. Lastly, we wish to send our love and wavering support to Bafana as they are wrestling against Ivory Coast this evening for the international friendly game. Again, we wish the Springboks, Proteas, Bafana, everything of the best at their respective global competitions. We won't forget our Banyana. We are saying go Boke, go Proteas, go Bafana. Slan Hele, we are together. I thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, let me take this again, further opportunity to ask the department to introduce who is here, who's not here. Apologies together in this introduction of your good self. Even my voice is not is not okay, but it's not that bad like of DG Khan. Can now give it to the DG. There's somebody always having this 483595. I'm suspecting it is Ngosili Tool. By this now, we know this, the only member who's getting in with this number is Honorable Lutuli.
It's a wrong number, that Chair. It's wrong number. I don't know how this thing gets in my computer, Chair.
You must ask their secretaries
Yes.
to IT in Parliament to assist you.
I will do, Chair.
Thank you so much, Sligas. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm trying to get my camera on. It keeps saying it is not able to detect. Can I go on? I'll keep trying, Chairperson, as I go on. I would want to perhaps use the opportunity to extend greetings to you, Honorable Chair, and the members, and the Minister, Kodwa, who's leading us as our executive authority present in the meeting. Let me indicate, Chair, that we have brought along the bulk of our very senior management into this meeting, given the subject that is going to be under discussion, which is the annual report So we have all the DDGs present in the meeting. DDG Sumaya Khan with the chief directors under her unit. Allow me not to indicate all the names of the chief directors that are coming with the DDGs, but we have the chief directors under sport. We also have DDG Ndima and the chief directors under heritage promotion and preservation, his branch. And we also have DDG Mandisa Chikwatamba, and she is also accompanied by the chief directors within corporate services, which she leads. We have the chief financial officer, Israel Mkhwame, who is also present in the meeting. Let me indicate also, Chair, that from ministry, we have the advisors to the minister. I have noted the presence of Mr. Ray Nkwe. I'm just checking quickly whether Mr. Max Fuzani would be able to join. I do not see him yet, but the advisors are present from ministry together with the support staff from both the ministry and also the office of the DG. Let me also indicate that as DDG Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development, I am also accompanied by the chief directors from that branch, Chairperson. We have, through ministry, forwarded the apology from the Deputy Minister, who, as you were chatting earlier on, is returning back from the witnessing the success of our rugby team, as you indicated, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG. Good morning, Honorable the Minister. I didn't see that you have joined us. I don't see my minister here unless he is with another.
His device, his iPhone is, I can see it, Chair, which is why I thought he had joined already. He might be having some challenge for now, but he was going to be part of the meeting, Chair.
No, he's not yet here. We'll welcome him when he joined us. Is it not Tuesday today? Let's double check there. This is our Honorable Zizi Kodwa, the former youth leaguer. He has joined us now. You are welcome, Honorable the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you so much, Acting DG. And we have noticed the apology of our DM that he went there with the luck of Madiba, but in the last minutes, we won. It was not nice. If we together will be seeing our reactions of that night. Can now I ask the honorable members or members of the Office of Secretariat whether do they have any apologies today?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning to the department. Chairperson, we don't have any apologies except for the standing apology as indicated by Dr. Khumalo of the Deputy Minister, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jamu. Can I now ask any member or any members that they must accept the proposed agenda in front of us? Honorable Adams.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Zondi.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. The agenda now has been adopted. Can I call the Minister to take us through and tell who's going to do what? Honorable Acting DG will tell us when the Minister is indicating to want to say something. So far, let's give it to you, Acting DG.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson. I think my video is working now. With your permission, I will switch it off again.
Yes, we've seen you.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, thank you very much. I will ask maybe the Chief of Staff to just try and see. I do suspect that Minister might be having a challenge with the connection, but I will then go ahead as you indicated, Chair. We have sent through two reports, Chairperson. The one is being screened right now. I will take you through this report together with the Chief Financial Officer, as we always do. But allow me, as the Chief Financial Officer, to conclude, to then quickly take you through a short presentation that gives the committee a sense of how demographically the projects that we have supported as a department are spread throughout the country. So that will come in immediately as the CFO finishes the financial report or the expenditure report. The presentation, as always, will cover the areas as indicated on the slide on the screen. We'll talk to the performance overview, the overall departmental performance, and then we'll zoom into the specific performance per program. As I said, then the CFO will take over the expenditure report. Just to emphasize, Chair, we are bringing this report through to the Portfolio Committee for accountability as required by law, and also to enable the committee to exercise its oversight on the work that we do as a department and our entities. Further, we also want to indicate that we align our reporting to Section 40.1A of the PFMA, and we have an annual report that we'll be tabling today that stems from our annual performance plan for 2022-23. Our work is structured into 5 outcomes in terms of the support that through which we contribute to government priorities. Chair, this financial year under review that we are reporting on had a total of 46 performance indicators that we had identified through a very comprehensive planning process, and we reflecting these in our report, which is covered and emanating, as we said, from our annual performance plan. Our quarterly reporting requirements were adhered to, as we have, I believe, been reporting to the Portfolio Committee in terms of that particular year on quarterly basis in terms of the performance, where we have adhered to that and we have sustained the positive reputation to comply with the government prescriptions. We want to reiterate that, Chair. Further, we also want to acknowledge the fact that despite the challenges that we observed during the course of the execution of our work under that fiscal year, where applicable, there is under and over performance which is recorded, and we have provided reasons for the deviation per indicator. Our vision as a department remains that of an active, creative, winning, and socially cohesive nation, Chairperson. We want to indicate that there is only one indicator, which is the SILAPA program, that was found to be inadequate, to be having inadequate evidence by the AG of South Africa, and we'll talk to that later in further detail, Chair. The actual expenditure as of the end of March amounted to 6.2 billion, which represented 98.9% of the total allocated budget. And as per our report, we will then also give you detail of what makes that up. We want to then talk to the departmental's performance in terms of a comparative that we have done. If we look at our performance in the financial year 2021-22 as compared to the financial year 22-23, there was an improvement, Chair, of about 11%, comparatively speaking, where in the 21-22 financial year, we were sitting at 76%. And this financial year under review, we ended it at performance that stood at 87% as indicated. I would want to also indicate using this chart, which also give indication of the number which I indicated earlier on was a total of 46 performance indicators. And as a department, we managed to deliver against 40% in terms of achieving the set targets, and we failed to achieve against 6 of the 46 targets, which then translates to 13% of what was not achieved. We then highlight these 6 indicators, Chair, that we couldn't achieve. The first one falling under Program 1, which is the number of services modernized. This talks to the processes that are automated. We had a target of 2 and we achieved 1, standing at 50% in terms of the variance. The second one, the second area comes from Program 2. It's 2 indicators under Program 2, which is the percentage of national federations meeting 50% or more of all prescribed transformation charters target. And the second one, which did not achieve Chairperson. And the second one is the number of heritage legacy facilities, including the resistance and liberation heritage routes developed and or maintained to transform the national heritage landscape. We achieved 1 out of 3. As a result, we got 67% there. The other batch of indicators that we couldn't achieve against came, 3 of them came from Program 3, which is the number of gender-based violence and femicide initiatives financially supported. We achieved 2 out of 3. And the number of monitoring reports on the implementation of a social compact for social cohesion and nation building, we did not achieve against this one. We couldn't get both targets. The same applies to the number of projects through which target groups are supported, where we could not achieve. So those are the 6 targets, Chair, as against the 46 target that were set for 2022-2023. We would want to also indicate through graphically in the performance of the individual programs. We have 4 programs as we had indicated. Please move. We have 4 programs: administration, recreation, development, sport promotion, arts, culture promotion and development, heritage promotion and preservation. And if you look at that, Chair, administration achieved 83%, which is 5 out of the 6 targets. 82% was achieved by the sport branch, which is 9 out of 11. 84% was achieved by the arts and culture branch, which is 16 out of 19. And then our heritage and promotion and preservation achieved 100%, which was the total 10 performance indicators that they had to deliver against. So if we now go into the detail, and I won't take too much of your time, Chair, by talking verbatim to the slides. I think by now members would be aware of the makeup of Program 1, which is the title, the administration, in terms of what it covers. The slide on the screen right now indicates one of the targets that we achieved, which is the interns enrolled against funded posts. We were standing at 6.09% at the end of the financial year, as against the target of 5%. And this was achieved because the interns were enrolled earlier, before the lapsing of the first intake enrollment, and more than the targeted number of 5% because of the identified placement opportunities within the department, and also the availability of budget to pay the necessary interns remuneration or stipends at the end of each month. The one target that we were indicating comes from program 1 that we were not able to achieve, is on the services modernized. One of the prioritized manual services was modernized. It is the database for the sport, arts and culture. The one where we could not achieve was with regard to the public entities reporting system. And we have indicated the reason there. We did advertise this tender, but we did not get any response, Chair. We followed an unsuccessful attempt of incorporating the project in SETA as transversal system as recommended by the National Treasury. But as indicated, that was not successful. The number of sport, arts and culture awareness campaigns activated to profile the work department that was achieved. The number of Izimbizo held, the target was 9, we achieved 12, and the overachievement there is as a result of 3 additional Izimbizos that were held in response to issues that were affecting the sector or the community. The percentage of invoices paid within 30 days, we achieved 100%, and we had a total of 7,638 invoices that we processed during the 2022-23 financial year, wherein we were able to pay in time to achieve 100%. The percentage of councils boards that are fully constituted, as members would recall, we've got 28 councils boards, and we achieved 100% in terms of them being fully constituted as of the end of the financial year 2022-23. When we move on to program 2, where we said they achieved 82%, again, I'm not going to go through what makes up this program, as I believe members would now be aware of that. Just going into the performance indicators, the number of athletes supported through the scientific support program per year was achieved. The target was 80. The achievement there stood at 288 athletes that were supported with a deviation or over achievement of 208. And we have provided the reasons, Chair, which includes contribution from partner organizations that were financially supported. In the third quarter, the department also responded positively to a request to financially support a total of 208 under 20 athletes who were to represent the country South Africa at the 11th AUSC Region 5 Youth Games that were held in Malawi, Lilongwe, Malawi. So this achievement has been constant over the quarters. I would not read through that, Chairperson, but we have looked at the overachievement and we have explained it, and it zooms down specifically to the under 20 athletes that participated in Malawi. In terms of the athletes supported by the sports academies, the target was 3,700. The achievement at the end of financial year was 5,289 with an achievement of 1,589 above our target, our set target. And we have explained what contributed to the overachievement there. The athletes that come from through this district and the academies are emerging to higher performance. Therefore, when the need arises for athletes to improve their performance, they seek assistance from these academies, and the academies do respond as required. I would want to then just go into the one that we did not achieve, which is about the percentage of national federations that are meeting 50% or more of all prescribed charter transformation targets. We did not achieve against this particular target because although 16 national federations submitted their data sheets, they could not be assessed. As such, none of them could be declared as having met 50% or more of all prescribed charter transformation targets, as the performance indicator requires. Chair, we need to indicate that of the 19 federations that were due for submission, we have said that 16 submitted. Those that did not submit are Chess SA, Basketball SA, and the South African Football Association. And their reports were outstanding at the end of the financial year. The one target or performance indicator that we achieved is to do with the number of people actively participating in organized sport and active recreation activities. 315,000 was the target. We got 374,255. The overachievement stood at 59,255. And the increase is attributed mainly to an increase in performance after the removal of COVID-19 restrictions. The provinces were ramping up their activities in the first quarter post the COVID-19 lockdown suspensions. And we, as a result, had more participation opportunities that were created. The number of sport and recreation promotion campaigns and events implemented, 8 set targets, and all 8 were achieved. The number of schools, hubs, and clubs provided with equipment, attire, as per established norms and standards, the target was 2,500. At the end, we stood at 4,165 that were provided this equipment and attire, with the overachievement showing a deviation of plus 1,665. And we have attributed this to us being able to respond to an increased need for equipment and attire to enable increased participation in the sport and recreation activities. With regard to the number of learners in the National School Sport Championships per year, the target was 5,000. We got 5,204. Again, we see an overachievement of 204 there, and this is attributed to the added efforts to support the National Primary Schools Athletics Championships during the fourth quarter. The number of learners participating in the District Schools Sport Championship, 75,000 was the target. We stood at 165,254 learners at the end of the financial year, with an overachievement of plus 90,255. And this is attributed to an increase that is due to district eliminations that were held for athletics and the swimming championships. The number of municipalities provided with technical and management and/or management support during construction, target was 50. We were able to achieve 62 with an overachievement plus 12. And we have explained that apart from supporting our municipalities that were allocated in the MRG support 2022-23, the department also supported municipalities whose project had started in the previous financial years but were not completed. And as planned, the support to municipalities ran throughout the construction cycle and not only during the laying of the bricks and cement phase. This is because the department's support is meant to enable alignment to the set norms and standards for sport facilities. With regard to the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks, the target was 10. We did achieve 10. Regarding the number of heritage legacy facilities that were developed and or maintained to transform the national heritage landscape, the target was 3. We managed to achieve 1, which was the Dr. J.L. Dube Amphitheater, and we couldn't achieve 2, which is the Isipupu Cultural Arena, also known as Enyogeni Project. This is because the EIA had not yet been approved, and also upon approval, it turned out that further engagements were required with the traditional leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. We do need to indicate that at this point in time, that has been done already, and the project has commenced. Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance, the contractor terminated the contract and vacated the site in July 2021. And due to contractual dispute with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is our implementing agent, at the time of reporting, a formal acceptance of the project was being awaited by the DSAC as the new implementing agent, and this was awaited from DPWI. But we do need to indicate that this subsequently has been finalized, Chairperson. The project has commenced. Arts and culture promotion and development. Again, I won't go through what makes up this program. I will immediately go into the indicators. The number of multi-year human language technologies projects supported. Target was 6, we achieved 8. The +2 overachievement there is because the cost for the new projects was less than the budget available. Hence, we were able as a department to support 2 additional projects. The percentage of official documents received that are translated and edited, we achieved 100%. And this is a total of 798 documents, Chairperson, when you look at the collective figure for the 2022-23 financial year. And our clients in this case are national departments and national public entities. The number of bursaries awarded for the development of qualified language practitioners as per year, 250 was the target. We managed to get 312 with an overachievement of 62. And Chairperson, this is because the awarding of bursaries is at the discretion of universities. And depending on the cost of their courses and the number of language-related modules that the students is being registered for. Some universities have got cheaper fee structures than others, hence the 62 additional students could be supported. We pay our funding to the universities, Chairperson, and they are the ones that would then process the whole, deal with the administration and the processing of payments. With regard to the number of local and international market access platforms financially supported, the target was 15. We did achieve the 15. The number of capacity building projects financially supported, the target was 22. We achieved the 22. The number of provincial community arts development programs implemented per year, the target was 9. We achieved the 9. The number of youth-focused arts development programs, the target was 4. We achieved the 4. With regard to the number of gender-based violence femicide initiatives financially supported, the target was 3. We achieved 2. We said earlier on, this is the one target that was that the AG indicated that we had not achieved. We had reported it achieved a chair, and our report was basically as a result of the fact that the service provider for the SILAPA did meet all the deliverables against this particular project in the year 2022-23. But the AG was of the view that this particular project is not a direct contributor to the gender-based violence and femicide intervention. Hence, it was then discounted, and we had then to change our scoring as a result of that. Number of international engagements coordinated, the target was 20, we achieved 22, and the additional 2 was as a result of the request received from partner countries, and in this particular case, that was India. The number of moral regeneration movement projects financially supported, the target was 5, we achieved 5. The number of community conversation dialogues held to foster social interaction per year, the target was 20, we achieved 25. And the overachievement is as a result of us responding to the ad hoc requests from from the stakeholders, communities, which therefore increased the number of the already existing plan. The number of advocacy platforms on social cohesion, these are driven by the social cohesion advocates. The target was 20, 60 of those could be held. And this plus 40 is as a result of the collaboration in which the expertise of the social cohesion advocates was sought by other social partners due to the need to intensify the implementation of the social cohesion advocates programs, which is fighting against racism, femicide, gender-based violence, xenophobia, and other social ills. With regard to the number of monitoring reports on the implementation of the social compact For social cohesion and nation building, the target was 2. We did not achieve anything against this one. And this is as a result of the social compact the achievement, maybe let me put it like this, the achievement against this performance indicator is very much dependent on the existence of the social compact. And that particular project of finalization of the social compact couldn't be done because of the dependency on other stakeholders. And as a result, it then impacted on our ability to achieve against this particular performance indicator. Number of projects through which target groups are supported, the target was 8. We did not achieve anything against this target, Chair. And this is because this particular target was affected by the change of the funding model. And there was, as a result, a delay in the implementation of the projects. The appointed NPOs were unable to complete the projects and report timeously for us to incorporate this in the 2022-23 report. The National Days celebrations held, 6 were planned and 6 were held. The number of projects in the creative industry supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy Program, 67 were planned, 86 were achieved. This is a response, as a result of the response from the department due to a high number of applications and a higher number of applications that we approved, and we were able to, within the budget allocated, support additional projects through MGE. The number of artists placed in schools per year, 300 was the planned target, 322 was achieved. This was as a result of two of the implementing agencies being able to add more practitioners in their respective programs, which then resulted in an overachievement of plus 22 as a result, total sitting at 322. Number of projects produced by SACO, 16 were planned and 16 were achieved. Number of films and documentaries supported telling stories of the history of the liberation, cultural and heritage importance, 10 were planned and 10 were achieved. Moving on to the last program on heritage promotion and preservation, and we move directly to the indicators. This unit also has got students that they support that are awarded heritage bursaries. 45 were planned and 45 were achieved. Number of books documenting living human treasures published, 5 were planned, 5 were achieved. Number of public awareness activations on the IM, the flag campaign, 20 were planned, 30 were achieved, and the plus 10 was because of the increased demand, in particular in this case, from the Department of Education in Gauteng. The number of flags provided to schools, 100 were planned, 179 were provided. The plus 79 was as a result of the higher demand from the Department of Education in Gauteng. The number of workshops hosted to advance knowledge of national symbols, 10 were planned, 12 were achieved. The plus 2 overachievement was because of a higher demand that the department responded to, also from the Department of Education in Gauteng and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in KwaZulu-Natal. The number of heritage legacy projects that where exhibition content is developed, 3 were planned and 3 were achieved. The number of progress reports on resistance and liberation heritage route sites, 2 were planned and 2 were achieved. The number of records digitized, 240 were planned, 2,184 were achieved. There is a breakdown there that indicate in terms of the treason trial dictabells and the TRC audio tapes. The target for both of these have been exceeded because of the involvement and the work done by the unemployed youth who were appointed through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. The number of libraries financially supported per year, 29 were planned, 31 could be supported. The plus 2 there is as a result of an additional 2 projects that were financially supported from the rolled over funding of 21-22 financial year. The number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names published, 3 were planned and 3 were achieved. Chairperson, I would then at this stage request that the CFO takes you and the committee through the financial performance report as of the end of 31st March 2023. Through you, Chair, over to you, CFO.
No, thanks very much.
CFO. Yes, CFO.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to Honorable Chair, members, Honorable members, and Minister and colleagues. I will be presenting expenditure report that will be ending at 31st March 2023. Next slide. The overall spending is sitting at 6.2 billion against the budget of 6.3 at the 31st March 2023, which is then underspent by 1%, which is about 68 million. And then when you look at your composition of employees, if you're going to take it now for economic classification, the spending on the 353 million, which is about 91% against the 385 million. And then the under expenditure on the composition of employees is 32 million, which is 8.4% under expenditure. And then the reason stated that, for in case we did in 2022 take a recruitment drive, which has not yet given us the intended purpose results, because although we are doing a lot of work has been done in recruitment space, it has not made a huge impact on the vacancy rate. And this is due to the reason most of the appointments that were made were internally, therefore did not assist in reducing the vacancy rate. The department has advertised 50 positions in November of 2022, and then they have started shortlisting and interviewing the different space. Goods and services, the budget was about 699 million. We spent 691, which is 1%, and expenditure is about 7.3 million. And one of the reasons there is that the service provider conducting feasibility study for a new purpose building had an impact because it was then appointed late. And then also the invoices for the sports award that held on March 2023 were then overlapped in the new financial year, which becoming accruals. And next slide. And then we've got the provinces and municipalities. These were our conditional grants set, the sports grant and your library grants. Here, Chair, we managed to transfer all the fund to provinces, so that is why the percentage is 100%. And then you have your departmental agency and account. The spending there is about 2.3 billion, which is about 92% against the under expenditure of 0%. So this is one of the items. If you look at general, our under expenditure of 1%, the bigger chunk comes from your transfer payment and your composition of employees. Being the transfer payments around about 20 million. Next slide. I already talked to the next slide. We also did have an under expenditure under your public corporation and private enterprise. There the expenditure is sitting at 95%, which is 87 million against the budget of 91 million. And the department could not spend 100%, and that 4.6 under expenditure is because the variance is merely attributed to second tranche to some MGE beneficiaries whose events were implemented in March, because if the event is in March, then normally the invoices come after the end of the financial year. Hence, we could not make 100% into this item. And then the household, the second tranche to cultural and creative industry development and MGE benefit whose events were implemented in March, where we also a placement strategy for unemployment graduate internship into the heritage sector will only be implemented in the next financial year, which is 23-24 financial year. Next slide. Non-profit or institution share, we have spent 99.3%. I'll jump this one. On the machinery and equipment share, we spend 98.9%. Budget of 15 million, we spend 14.8 million, which is 98%. And then with the under expenditure of 1%, next slide, heritage asset, we spend 100%. Next slide. When you look at it, then departmental performance in the program level, administration is the one with the 97%. If you look at it, that is the one that has spent lesser than other programs. Recreation and development and sports promotion spend 99.5, which is about 100%. Arts and cultural promotion development spend 99%. And then heritage promotion and preservation spend 98.9, which is about 99%. So all our programs are sitting at 99%. Only program 1 is sitting at 97% against that 100%. And then next slide. So when you look at, like I was saying, that items that have not done well in terms of performance, one is a composition of employees that is sitting at 91.6% with an under expenditure of 32 million, and then your goods and service at 7 million, which is 99%, and then transfer payment on overall the departmental level is sitting at 28 million of under expenditure, which is 99%. Next slide. And then payments for our capital asset, if you have seen, we have done 100% on building and other fixed structure. And then machinery and equipment is only 170,000 that is remaining. And then on heritage asset, we have spent 100%. And then on overall, the department has spent 6,236 million, and the remaining budget or budget that was not spent by the year end is about 68 million, and then we are sitting at 98.9%, which is rounded off is 99% with the 1% under expenditure. Chair, and then the second part is your as programs level. Next slide. This will be the breakdown of the program 1. On overall, we have spent 97, like in the previous slide, with an under expenditure about 15 million, and then management underspent by 6 million, and corporatives by 2, and also the CFO by 7 million, and all this contribute to composition of employees in general. Next slide. Like I was saying, that you will see that composition of employees has underspent by about 14 million, and the overall and expenditure of this program is about 15 million. So the major contributor in the administration budget is the composition of employees and the expenditure. Next slide. If you look at the sub-programs of the program 2, we've got Winning Nation, that spent 99.5%, which is almost 100%. Active Nation has spent 100%. Infrastructure support has spent 98.2%. Next slide. So the economic classification, sports program is underspent composition of employees by 1 million, and their goods and services by about 2.7 million. And then departmental agency, there's a transfer that they do 2.6 million under expenditure. But in general, the program has spent about 99%. Next slide. And then on the payments of a capital asset, the building and a fixed structure, they spend 100% in all those. And the overall budget, the under expenditure is about 7 million, they spend 99.5%. If you round it off, it will be 100%. Next slide. And then arts and culture promotion, and these are the sub-programs. National Language Service spend 99%, Pan South Africa Language Board 100%, Cultural and Creative Industry spend 97.5%, which is 98%, International Corporation spend 99%, and Social Cohesion and National Building spend 96%. This is where we underspend by about 2 million. And then Mzansi Golden Economy, we have spent 97, is one of the contributors in this program that underspend about 10 million. And then Performing Arts Institution done well, 100%. National Film Video Foundation spend 100%, and National Arts Council spend 100%. The next slide. So composition of employees is still been the contributor of the under expenditure. So in the program 3 is underspent by about 4 million, which take your composition of employees to 95% with about 5% under expenditure. And then goods and services underspent by 1%. And then departmental agency underspent by 3 million, which is 99%. Higher education institution, about 99, which is close to 100%. Foreign governance and international organization, 96% with only 120,000 underspent. Public corporation and private enterprise, underspent by about 4 million, which take us to 95 expenditure, which is about 4.8% under expenditure. And household is sitting in 90%, which about 2.4 million under expenditure. Non-profit institution spend 99% with 1.6 million under expenditure. So also when you look at the overall program 3, we have underspent by 17 million by sitting at 99%. Heritage and promotion program, heritage promotion, we have spent 94.8. Sub-program National Archive Service underspent by 11 million, which is 83. This is the major under expenditure in the sub-program. Heritage institutions spend 100%. National Library spend 100%. Public library service spend 99% with an under expenditure of 13 million. And then South African Heritage Resource Agency spend 100%. South African Geographical Names Council spend 100%. The National Heritage Council spent 100%. So the under expenditure in this program is 27 million, with the composition of employees be the major contributor. The under expenditure on the composition of employees is about 11 million, which take in then the expenditure in terms of percentage to 83%. And then goods and services only 2 million. And then the other under expenditure is on departmental agency and accounts, and that is a transfer that was supposed to be made to National Library of South Africa, but because of non-compliance during the financial year, further transfer could not make because it will then trigger the transfer payments non-compliance. Next slide. And then the whole entire program, Chair, with a budget of 2.650 billion, then I spent 2.6 billion, which is about 98.9, which is literal 99%. And then with the under expenditure of 27 million. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much, CFO. Acting DG, I'm suspecting this is your last
yes.
presentation through CFO. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair. We had requested that we then just go through how demographically we distributed the project.
Okay.
During that year, we'll try and be quick.
No problem.
Thanks, Chair. Ludwig, are you able to locate the presentation? This was also distributed to the members, Chair, through the Secretariat. What we're indicating here is that I think as a national department, we recognize that it is also incumbent on us to look at the extent to which we are able to distribute our resources in terms of support to different provinces. However, it is not always, you would not find that there are similarities in terms of the number of projects that are taking place in each and every one of them. So we have taken a few of our performance indicators just to highlight for the committee, also talking to what you referred to, Chairperson, as an intention of the portfolio committee as they play their oversight to also look at visiting some of these projects. So we thought it also becomes important. Just to start off, if you look at the program 1, for instance, and you look at the interns, what we're finding here, which is very much in line with the trend as anticipated, is that mostly in terms of these interns, they will be coming from the Gauteng province. And this is more, in line with the fact that our national office is in Gauteng. And in terms of access, you will find that mostly young people that will take these opportunities are those that, in terms of proximity, close to the offices and or to our building, and will be able, in terms of transport, to travel. So the numbers, as you can see, are mostly Gauteng at 26, 3 KZN, 1 Limpopo, and 5 from Mpumalanga, making out the 35 that we reported on. If we look at izimbizos in terms of where we were able to hold these izimbizos that we reported on, they were held in all provinces, as you can see, except for KZN. KZN is the only one where we did not. As we said earlier on, when we identify where we are going to hold these izimbizos, obviously izimbizos are the ministerial, at a minister's discretion. But when they are identified, it is also responding to a specific sector need. It's not just a case of we want to go and hold these izimbizos there, but it's very specific to a need that we are responding to as a department. If we look at the examples in program 2, those are the ones that become even more interesting, Chairperson. And this is the kind of information that Minister has asked that we share also with the provinces, the provincial MECs at MINMEC, when Minister meets with the provincial MECs. And again, you will see that you will have a higher participation in one area in a particular province being mighty high. But when you move to another area, performance indicator, you will find that there's more heightened participation in that particular specific area. So it differs. For instance, in this particular one where the athletes are supported by sports academies, when we do an analysis, we find that the higher figure is in Free State, and the lower figure or the lowest figure is from KZN. Again, that is the measures that we then use in terms of focus. And as I said, in terms of also the engagements that we do through our technical meetings with the head of departments in the provinces and through ministers' platform in the MINMEX. When we talk to a number of people actively participating in organized sport and active recreation, you'll find that there is quite a high participation when you look at KwaZulu-Natal, but a very low participation when you look at Eastern Cape. Again, I'm not going to repeat what I'm saying, Chair, but just highlighting in terms of where we then begin to focus to also find out the reasons, but also look at how the spread of support can then be enhanced. Number of schools, hubs, and clubs that are provided equipment and attire. Highest is KwaZulu-Natal here, and the lowest being Gauteng. Then giving you a figure that we reported on of 4165. Total number of learners in the National School Sport Championships in terms of the figure of 5,204 chair that we reported on. Highest in terms of the learners that participated was from Gauteng, and the lowest came from Mpumalanga. The trend continues very much. The lowest was from Northern Cape. Apologies for that, Chairperson. Followed by Mpumalanga in terms of them being the lowest. Number of learners participating at the district school championships, highest came from Western Cape, and the lowest from Northern Cape again. The number of municipalities provided with technical or management support during construction, the highest came from KwaZulu-Natal, the lowest from Gauteng. Number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed, the number averages out across all provinces, as you can see, Chair, except for Northwest, who had 2 versus the one such parks that were constructed in the other provinces. Yeah, under program 3, we just took one example there, Chair, just to indicate also the spread of support, which is to do with the support that is given to students that are studying to qualify in the space of languages. This one, the support goes directly to universities, as we said, but the universities apply. For instance, for the next cycle of 3 years, we have already sent out an advert where the universities will then send through their applications. You will note here that the highest number of bursaries awarded to students came from the University of Venda. Under program 4, we took 2 examples, which is the bursaries. The highest number of recipients in this particular case being from the University of Pretoria. And you can see the spread there. And then the number of libraries financially supported in terms of the figure that we reported on, Chair, of 31. You can see the indication, just go back a bit, Ludwig. You can see the indication here in terms of the highest province that got libraries that were financially supported coming from Northwest, and the lowest from Western Cape. And we have also provided the list of those libraries that were supported, the newly built or modular libraries, the whole total list of 31. When you then zoom down to the districts in terms of from which districts or local municipalities those libraries actually came from or are based. So, Chair, we just thought this would become important as we align ourselves also to the DDM approach of government, but also looking at the spread in terms of the services that we provide, but also specifically in this particular case, talking to the hardware issues in terms of the projects that we have reported on. Thank you very much, Chair. This concludes the presentation that we had prepared, talking to the annual report 2022-23. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. Honorable members, you were having these presentations. Part of what today they are presenting is in addition of the presentation of last week, but now today with an additional information. I'm suspecting today our way of handling will be reflecting on the additional information vis-a-vis on what the AG was presented to us last week. So when we have read and listening in some other areas, there are explanations, but I'm suspecting now is the time that honorable members must seek clarifications in all what they are thinking that is still outstanding on the information and the accounting of what happened from program 1 to program 5. Now is the time that I'm noting honorable members. The first honorable member is Honorable Mhlongo. Second member is Honorable Mthethwa. Third honorable member, it's Honorable Adams. The fourth member is Honorable Sibiya. Fifth member is Honorable Van Dijk. The sixth member is Honorable Malomane. Seventh member, Honorable Mamabulo. Eighth member, Honorable Zondi. Ninth member, Honorable Joseph. In that order, honorable members, hoping that the department is going to note all the questions. Now I'm giving the chance to Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, welcome the presentation. But Chair, it's shocking to see Guti, there's information missing on the presentation presented to us. I think issues of target not achieved vis-a-vis reported presentation to us. And in a sense, Guti Chair, you can't have a 98% of money used, but the percentage of service delivery is less. Now, I question that. For an example, on transformation charter, indicated in 2.3 that it's aligned with federation meetings and the transformation target. It's clear what they did not achieve that target. There are 6 not achieved programs, and to us, it's shocking now to see financial, it's 98% total, but the outcome of service delivery, it's less than that. Now it shows Guti, the reporting part here department, it's not understanding, it's not a clear reflection of what is happening at a grassroots level. For an example, I'll put it to you, Guti, transformation charter, the department must review it, but the department does not have capacity to review or to achieve a transformation charter. I've been saying this for some time, the AG has raised this, but nothing has happened. I've been saying it for years, not only this meeting. I've been saying it for some time. Now, it shows Guti specifically there's no strategy for intervention to implement a transformation within the department and to ensure that we achieve this target, because federation that doing as please set themselves target and they don't even achieve the same target. Shocking to see Guti SAFA did not even align to submission of standard procedural documents. They failed to attain that. Now, how can we say we're doing an oversight work whereby the department cannot even do an oversight work for federations? Now, the department further must commit to us the following policies or amendment or acts that we want. What is the status? National Sports and Recreational Amendment Bill 2020, South African Institutional Bill Drug Amendment last year. What is the status? What are the plans? And the South African Geographical Name and Council Bill 2021. What is happening with it? Culture and Creative Industrial Master Plan, and what is happening with it? The Women's and Sport Police, which must be finalized in this financial year. What is happening with it? Now, the department is not telling us forehand what is happening with this bill, so to say. Now, Chair, worst of all, one of the issues to foster social cohesion, it is clear that the department cannot outline the program that to roll out or to sustain the impact to show all these 9 provinces, the social cohesion. Now, in my understanding, Chair, we always talk, we don't need to have a talk show. We need to do effective oversight work, whereby when we do that, for an example, I noted that you'll say the department tends not to account. You ask question, they'll divert and answer another question instead of dealing with each and everything as recommended, or we come with a recommendation, but they just shy away for implementation of that. Let me go to last point. Access of facilities. In the country, it's clear in rural areas, we don't have facilities. And the department, and yes, I know they're working hand in hand with the municipality. To an extent, they can achieve this facility or maintenance of those facilities, but it is clear we cannot achieve that. Go to rural areas, we don't have facilities. Yes, they have a target set, and to us, they'll tell us what they've achieved, but go to grounds. My facilities are work. I've been now in this parliament more than 9 years. Now, 9 divided by 9 provinces, and the account money that you put, and the way they always tell us, they have different facilities. To address the imbalances of the past, it's so important for us as this committee to see tangibility, something that it's not in paper. It might be good in paper, but when you go physical and check, there's nothing like that. Now I'll go to last issue, facilities in different public places, like you go to schools, you go to communities. We don't have that. There's less of facilities in different rural areas, even in township. Now, lastly, to come with, we believe good sports education is so important at grassroots level. We went to a meeting, we're part of that meeting. Now, the implementation thereof, because Chair, lastly, it was shocking to see good day on the conference that we went, or in Daba that we went, yes, school sports. The Minister of Education was absent. Now, what causes that? There was no deputy minister. What causes that? There was not even a DG. The other guy who was there was not a DG. Now, is good. Things are just, we're doing it, therefore, let's do it just for compliances. But the political heads or principal individuals, executive, they were absent. Only our minister and the deputy minister was there. Now, I wonder, Guti, are things working for good, or are things in good in paper, but when you go at grassroots, because the status say MOU, say department and basic education, for us to ensure good implementation near school sports, the minister of education is confirm I'm part of this and I'm pushing, because it seems like the minister Orana in Swallow. Thank you for now, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm suspecting everyone from the department, we have noted questions. I want that everyone must note all the questions in order that the follow-up questions must be new questions, not the follow-up of saying you didn't answer my question. The next honorable member is Honorable Mteto. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I must welcome the report and say it looks very good in the presentation. I must admit it looks very, very good in the presentation. I want to find out in terms of the targets, where you say, for instance, in Bezos, the target was 9, but you overachieved with 12. How did you manage that in terms of the budget? Because I'm sure when you budget according to the plan. And how do you overachieve? And close to that, I would like, as I had indicated before, that we would like to see evidence to that. You know, where you say 200 people attended. 9 out of 200, they said this. You know, that engagement, it's like a proof of minutes of a particular meeting that was held. Secondly, the deviation, if in terms of the budget, you had to then deviate, I would like to see the proof of the deviation. I'll make an example with Indigenous Games held at KZN. When we say we have achieved, is it internally in terms of the department's planning, or the impact, as I did even previously, and that question was not answered. In terms of the impact assessment, can we get evidence to that it was an achievement? Because in my understanding, this happens in the current financial year that you are reporting under. And in my view, the arrangement, the organizing of the Indigenous Games was terrible. But you might say, yes, we held in these. But in my view, I did not see the impact. Not even the deputy president who was speaking there was heard a word because of the bad planning that was there. 19 federations, but 16 have submitted. I do understand the issue of the netball because they had a World Cup, so that includes a number of things to be considered in terms of reporting, and it was not long ago. But SAFA, what are the implications to SAFA? What are the consequences for them not submitting? I saw in the document, it talks to the master plan. I would like to know what constitutes the master plan. What are the programs, tangible programs, that the department intends to run under the master plan? Another one is MGE, planned based on what? You're reporting saying you had a particular number planned as a target. How do you plan a target on MGE when you would not know how many people would apply and their budget, unless you have a limitation in terms of the applications budget, where you say everyone will budget 3 million for each and every program, but we will determine what we fund on merits of what the project is, but we will not go above 3 million. Then you can then say 3 million times 60, that's your plan. But how you reported it, for me, it puzzles me how you planned for something where people would just apply and determine their own budgets based on what they want to do. Creation of jobs is not recycling. Constantly we hear about you have appointed internally. You can't be shifting people from positions, recycling them, because when you recycle, it means wherever that person was placed, there is now a gap. So it is like in Kuku, a pandela, a move. You remove this person, fill a position, but her position or his position is left vacant. We need to see people coming into this. We have young people who are graduating at universities that needs to have jobs. We can't continue to be recycling people internally. There is under expenditure in almost every planned program. And not just 1,500,000, 30 million, 28 million. When is the time when you say this, or annually at this particular time, we don't spend any more money? I'm running away from the fact that we know when there is under expenditure and come financial year end, people want to distribute money to anything and everything that breathes, because we know that if we don't, then Treasury will cut our budget, and that's what has been causing Treasury to cut our budgets constantly, every year. So I want to know what happens with these under expenditures. What are you going to do with these under expenditures? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tedwa. The next honorable member is Honorable Adams.
Morning, Chairperson.
Yes.
And good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, all the members on the platform. Please allow me to switch off my video. Thank you.
You are allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question will be as follows, and I also join the other members by thanking the department for that presentation. We had raised the matter of Salapa on the AG's report with concerns about how much was allocated and spent on the initiative, so as for them to account for the spending. We recommend that there be an investigation made by the side of the department on this matter, as such initiatives are important for our country. And my next question will be, Chairperson, the planned target was 5% of interns enrolled against funded posts. The actual achievement was 6.9%, that being a 1.09% deviation from the planned target. The department states that there are identified opportunities within the department and the available of budget to pay the necessary intern stipends. When there are opportunities for employment, let me just check. When there are opportunities for employment with the department, it is good to use that to curb employment. And then my last one will be, we note from the first quarter performance report, the Imbizo program as led by the ministry were held successfully in responses to youth affecting the sector or the community. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. The next honorable member on the list is Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for your presentation. Chairperson, can we get more explanation? How much was the cost implication for overachieving its targets with the already allocated and available resources for the year 2022 and 2023 financial year? The second one, to what extent is the department able to influence municipalities to have sports facilities well maintained and available even for the rural communities? I think I have got comments under Program 1, Performance Overview. The number of services modernized is we note that it is a process, but the department achieved only one of the annual targets, which is 2. We recommended that the department ensure that the second target is met, even though the processes are automated. Program 2, the positive actual achievements for the number of athletes supported through the scientific support program per year and the number of athletes supported by the sports academies is a reflection of the department's well-restructured planning in meeting its targets. The department was able to overachieved on both performance indicators. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Van Dijk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you also for the presentation. My questions are as follow. Firstly, I want to find out the money that went to supporting municipalities via how much the money, if you have any record of how much money went to the municipalities via the MIC support allocation 2022 and 3, and with how much did the department supported municipalities whose projects started in the previous years that were not completed. I think in the past we were made aware of schools with incomplete projects, and I wondered if we can maybe get an update on that. Then slide 29, the Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance. With regards to the contract terminated and vacated, I see that we're waiting now for formal acceptance of a new person to implement this project. This is coming on for the past years. Can we maybe just get an update of how many contractors has now received money, how much, and why is it taking 2 years to negotiate yet another implementing agent. Also, what the cost implication of this is. Then slide 38, the number of international engagements coordinated, it's 20 plus 2. Can we also get an idea what the cost implication of this is and who benefits from this? I think India is mentioned in this slide. Then I want to find out whether slide 40 and 41 speak to each other. It's 40 plus social advocacy platforms on social cohesion by social cohesion advocates. But in slide 41, it says there's no monitoring according to slide this slide. I just want to know whether that is, as I say, speaking to each other. Then I also want to know if we can get a list of the NGOs funded and what the money was earmarked for to be used and how much money is involved. And then I just want to double check the number of bursaries awarded per year for the development of qualified language practitioners. Was none awarded to Northern Cape, and also the same with the heritage bursaries? And if not, what is the reason for that? Another concern that I want to raise is the investigations into some irregular expenditure to the value of almost 24 million at the department were not performed apparently as required by section 381H3 of the PFMA. Can the department clarify this? Also, the investigations into irregular expenditure incurred in the prior years were not performed at the NAC. If the department can explain this. And the last one on this topic is not all irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure cases from the prior years at Box in South Africa were investigated by management, and there's also poor implementation of recommendations made on the investigation reports. Can the department elaborate on this, and how has the department intervened? And my last question is for the minister. It was in the media that the minister is supporting a fan club. Can we get an explanation on where this is budgeted for, or on what basis, and maybe a breakdown of the cost? Two persons were mentioned, Joy Choka, I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly, and also Bota Masile. Apparently, Joy Choka, it's for 15 years that the department is sponsoring this person to travel abroad and watch all these games. Can we get a breakdown? For me, the concern is that Athletics South Africa cannot send people to participate, athletes, but we have a fan club that we don't know where we can actually apply, because I think all of us would like to have that opportunity. If we can get a breakdown, if not today, then if the minister can provide us in writing of the traveling, the expenditure and the accommodation of all these expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. You see that I'm so lenient to everyone. Now, Honorable Van Dijk is just asked 15 questions. So we still have time, and I'm suspecting that the leadership of the department, you are noting all the questions. Now I'm calling Honorable Mama Bulo.
Yeah, Kalabora Mutula Stilo, maybe Tidulani. Mine will just be two, in fact. DG, remember I was a member of the Limpopo Geographical Names Committee as the provincial chairperson, who obviously sits in the national structure. So I'm interested on this committee or council as to what is happening. You spoke about the achieved names. I'm trying to check whether are they from provinces or were they from the national structure. When you give a report, are you also including provinces? Because I know that they've got committees in provinces, and from there they form a national structure. The other issues with regard to an issue which Honorable Muthatwa raised about the indigenous games. I think the only solution is to take them back to Limpopo, because here in Limpopo have been hosting them very, very well without issues of sound and issues of crowd and so on. So DG, please, you might just come back here. On SAFA, I was answered because I can see that they did not submit a report. But other than that, I don't have any complaint. I welcome the report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabulu. Thank you to honorable members. Thank you for the presentation. Mine is just to raise concern to our Department of Underspending. But whilst you explain the reasons, I would love that the underspending of your departments must be closely monitored, monitoring and closely managed, because this issue may be something that the department becomes not to be comfortable, which may hinder the optimal work deliverables of set targets, and the department needs to be to achieve your regular spending is also a major problem that leads to wasteful expenditure. The entities that have overspent have done this because of, I'm suspecting, poor management, and the root cause of the consequence of this are based on adequately managing process that encompass the work that should be done. You know, when we are looking at your 87% achievement, but this 13%, what I've just raised, can be strengthened. We can't have 13%. 87% is a good percentage, but 13% you need that you must have more monitoring tools, let alone that with them, the entities, federations, your tools are there, but you need to come down around the table, trying to check if they don't adhere on what you ask them to do, on what they are not doing, what measures that you must take in order that we must not have this percentage that they are spoiling all what good work you are doing. You must sit on the round table, check how can you put more systems and more punishing and punishment on those who are not adhere. Thank you so much. Now I'm giving to you, DG, or if the minister is around, if you want to start or minister want to close, it's upon the minister who's leading the delegation. And if DG wanted to take the bites by all DGs, it's upon you. Thank you so much.
Chair.
I'm forgetting you. I'm very sorry.
Chairperson Dennis Joseph, opportunity, sorry.
You know what? I wrote your names in another page, as now I'm writing all the 15 questions of some of you. I turned my page, so my apology. Now let me go. I wanted also to record the what do you call it, the questions. Honorable Malomane and Honorable Denise, I'm very sorry. I thank you. Hey, you honorable members, you know, really, today what I'm doing, I'm writing each and every question. And now my list is another page. That's why now I'm speaking before you, honorable members. I'm not usually do that. I can't speak before the members speak. And now another thing, I didn't open the participants. Now is Honorable Malomane, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Dennis. My sincere apologies, honorable members. In that order, Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the department. Let me quickly, greetings to everyone in the platform. Let me quickly go to my question, Chair. My question, it will be based on slide 23, which speaks about the percentage of National Federation meetings, which is 50% or more of all prescribed transformation charter target, where their annual target, it was 89.5%, but it was 0% the output. I just want to check because it is written there that although some 16 federations submitted the... Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes,
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. There are 16 national federations that have submitted and their data sheet, but they couldn't be assessed. And I just want to check what were the reason that even so far they were not assessed, or is there anything after maybe the late submission, they are still not being assessed until so far because it's a 0%, which is the output. And also just wanted to check how are they going to correct this if it is still under their part of their target in this financial year. The other one, it will be on slide 41, which speaks about number of monitoring reports on the implementation of the Social Compact for Social Cohesion and Non-Nation Building Plan target, where it was 2 and the output it also 0 on the monitoring reports that were produced. And on the reason, it is stated that the Social Compact for Social Cohesion and 9 has been one project that has slowed pace achievement, but mostly because of third-party dependence and not necessarily the fault of the department. But when we go to the output, we find the department now, it has not achieved those because of the third party. I just wanted to find out, were there any talks now with the third party due to the thing that has affected your plans, or is there anything that you are doing? And who is the third party that has made you not to achieve on this number of monitoring of the reports in the Social Compact for Social Cohesion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to honorable members of the department. I'm joining other colleagues in welcoming the report and also the presentation, rather. Chair, I'm covered by my colleagues on many issues. Few to highlight and to emphasize. The first one, Chair, is the 11% improvement in the 2022-23 financial year compared to the 2021-2022 financial year, steadily highlights the commitment by the department to improve on its targets. This is commended with confidence that the department will maintain the monitoring of its work standard. We have highlighted this, Honorable Chairperson, in your input. But we want a commitment, Mashoban, from the side of the department on this monitoring because it has a huge impact moving forward. The second one, Chair, there are 6 out of 46 performance targets that have not been met in the 2022-23 financial year, meaning 13% of the targets were not met. I don't know, but are we expecting the same challenges in the current financial year that were encountered by the department in the financial year under review? If not, again, the monitoring and the commitment on the 98% and 100%, Mashoban and Honorable Minister will assist us, which is volume long, because it is dealing with us quite immensely. The last one, Chair, the progress of the 8 projects of the target groups to be supported was delayed to the commencement of implementation to mid-March 2023. That is toward the end of the financial year. If any projects commence, and this one is not 1, it's 8. If the commencement of any project, even if it is 1, towards the end of the financial year, you expect another expenditure. And the challenges raised, I think, I don't know. I just want the acting DG to be explicit on these challenges so that we'll avoid them in the near future and avoid also the under expenditure, the department of the overall budget because of these delays, because the targets not met, have an impact on the expenditure of the financial year at the end of the financial year.
Sibong, Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me also welcome the presentation. Chairperson, I just would like to then start off by focusing on the achievements by saying that the department, the underspending was 1%, and to my knowledge, being on other finance committees on SCOPA and in the past is a 2% threshold. So from that perspective, I feel that the department has done well in terms of just having 1% underspending, although it's big amounts, but in the percentage for that context, I say it is a good achievement. Also want to comment on the achievements on the invoices paid, 7,638, and the good news is that these invoices are paid within 30 days. The boards that is constituted properly, the meetings they have, the athletes that is supported, the academic academies that we overachieved on, and also the technical support to municipalities, the community outdoor gyms, including the social cohesion programs and heritage projects, which I noted we've done well. The department has done well on our behalf. Chairperson, I want to ask Program 1 the significance of the automated services, the database for sports and culture. Want to ask, is it, and with other programs, I'm going to ask the same, if it's going to be carried forward, is there new funding, or is it just carried forward to this financial year without funding, just a task to be completed? Same with transformation targets, and the same with the heritage targets. Just a general question there also, that as my previous member asked on program 3, the 8 NPOs, the same question. I want to ask, what is the fundamental reason that affected them all not to complete the projects? And here my question again is also like the others: do these NPOs continue with new projects, with new funding in this financial year? I'll be giving them more responsibilities whilst they're not able to have completed. And what happens with the incompleted projects? Is it just carried forward to this financial year? Chairperson, I also want to ask, one of the other members asked about this national federation. So I want to ask what plans are in place to improve on that situation where data weight is not submitted. Chairperson, I want to ask the time frame for the completion of the Sarah Baartman Memorial Center, because we've heard from the Deputy Minister in one of the speeches months ago that there's new funding, and also the new funding to the, when I'm speaking about projects, the Sarah Baartman Memorial Center in Anki, and as well as the Robben Island funding that was given, that Public Works must complete that projects. And I'm raising this to projects because this is where the tourism comes and invest in our country, and particularly the one in the Eastern Cape that is not completed, Sarah Baartman. We need to get that done for the tourism to grow in the area and jobs to be created. Like Robben Island have shown now after COVID that people are coming back, but there are some buildings that is an embarrassment, for our country in terms of tourism. Chairperson, that is the questions that I have for now. Just on finance, I noted the expenditure on heritage was 100%, but I wanted to ask the office of the, and I also wanted just to know the under expenditure. The compensation of employees is a general concern in government, but somehow we need to come up with a solution. I know it takes months to fill a post, but that seems to me the 91%, as said there, is a big concern, and what impact does it have on service delivery and the projects. Last question, Chairperson, the CFO mentioned that 7 million was underspent in the CFO's office. I just wanted to know what is the key reasons for that, because one expect where the office needs to manage all other divisions and of the expenditure, that the office itself of the CFO has 7 million underspent. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. May all the members lower their hands. Can I take this opportunity to take this time?
Don't forget Honorable Mabolo. Don't forget him.
I did ask the question. Honorable Mabolo has already asked his questions. Honorable members, let me take now this opportunity to give it to the department. To you, department.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know whether Minister wants to come first, but I will proceed. Can I just pause, Chair?
That's why I'm saying I'm giving it to the department, because I did indicate saying that if Minister wanted to take the bite first or wanted at the end, but now that's why I'm saying I'm giving it to the department led by the Minister. Minister? Minister? Honorable the Minister. Ray. Mr. Ray. when you are here, you are accountable also not only at DG but our minister. Is minister have a problem?
Chair, I would ask the colleagues from. I can't see the minister now. I am amongst the people connected. It might be the problem that we cited earlier. So while we respond, if you allow us to deal with the direct questions, I will ask that Chief of Staff or the Special Advisor checks with the Minister. Can we proceed meanwhile, Chair?
You may proceed, activity.
Thank you very much. Chair, we are going to try and follow the program and cluster the questions under the program so that we do our best to respond to them. But I'm requesting that we start with the core functions, which is program 2, 3, and 4 in responding. Then we'll come back to program 1 and include also the CFO. So it will be DDG first and then the CFO under program 1. On program 2, DDG can I, through the chairperson, allow you to respond to all sport-related questions, please?
Sorry, Chairperson. Thank you, ADG. Chairperson, let me take as many of the questions as possible, and where there is a need for me to refer to the managers who deal with those matters, I will refer to them as well, especially under the infrastructure projects, which has a lot of technicalities. Chairperson, let me appreciate all the questions that have come to us. In responding to Ms. Moslongo, we note the question around the transformation charter and the concerns he's raised. And let me indicate, Chairperson, yes, the transformation charter, that indicator has not been achieved. We have 19 codes of sport that are in the transformation, are part of the EPG process, the transformation charter process, the adjudication of, or the evaluation of transformation based on the transformation scorecard, the charter, and on the scorecard. Chairperson, it must be noted that in terms of the scorecard, each of the federations have to score themselves twice. Once it's on the prescribed dimensions that are in the charter, which are set by the department, and then they also have to score themselves on the barometer of the targets that they set themselves. So when we measure them, Chairperson, we measure them based on the barometer that they set themselves. Yes, there's 19 codes of sport, and in the year under review, 16 of the codes of sport gave us all of their reports. Now, in the reports themselves, Chairperson, the federations are assessed on at least 42 dimensions. So it goes from their governance issues in terms of the board representation, their professional teams, their highest performing teams, their underage groups, the number of clubs they have, the footprint across all the provinces. So there are about 46, sorry, not 44. There's 46 dimensions. Now, if you have to look at, okay, as I'll come back to that, but if you look at the 16 codes of sport, yes, 3 of them did not submit. Basketball and chess have had governance issues and have not submitted their reports. With regard to SAFA, if we look at the report indicated that as at the end of the financial year, SAFA had not sent a report, but they did send. It did not meet the requirement of coming before the end of financial year. And just to also respond to other issues around SAFA, why didn't SAFA respond? I think I must indicate, Chairperson, that in their report to us, there were people who were dealing with the EPG matters in SAFA that had retired or had gone on pension. And there was a process of handover to the CEO. And at the time when the CEO was collating and sending us the report, he had resigned himself. And when we started to follow up, it was a new CEO who came into office, which was after the 31st of March. And we then got the report from the new CEO. So that was the reason that SAFA had not given to us in time, but we did eventually get their report. With regard to the review of the charter as indicated by Mr. Mshlongo, I think let me indicate, Chairperson, that the transformation charter is an annex. It's an annexure to the National Sport and Recreation Plan, and that process of reviewing the entire National Sport and Recreation Plan is starting. It will start now before we end the financial year. And then with regard to the policies that have been mentioned, and in particular those policies that refer to sport, the National Sport and Recreation Amendment Bill, Chairperson, you would know that the bill was submitted. It was approved by Cabinet to go to. It went to Parliament. Parliament recorded it as having received it, and they sent it back to the department for us to send it back to the Chief State Law Advisors. And also, once the Chief State Law Advisors have made their comments, then we must actually gazette it for public information, not for any further consultation. Madam Chair, we have submitted this to the Chief State Law Advisors. We've been following up with them, and to date, we've not had a response from the Chief State Law Advisors. So the bill is still with the Chief State Law Advisors, who have indicated to us, they asked many questions. We've responded to them, and we're still waiting for them to come back to us. On the issue of the women and sport policy, Chairperson, this policy was put out for public comments, which ended at the end of June. We've now taken all of the comments that we've received, collated them, included them into the policy. We have also submitted to the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation, who have indicated that the next step is we must now do a full costing and an implementation plan of the women and sport policy. For us to do that, we are now starting with all the roadshows in the provinces to get that costing of the policy and to look at the implementation plan. So that's the women and sport policy. The facilities in public school, the access to facilities in municipalities, Mr. Makwera will go through all of the issues around facilities because there are very similar questions from many of the members. So he will go through the process that we use. And just to indicate that we do not give money to the municipalities for facilities. We actually work with COCTA, who ring fence a portion of the municipal infrastructure grant, the way we then identify where those facilities must go through. But Mr. Makwera will take us through the details of the facilities and how many we've done and which municipalities we've already got. In fact, we really gone far ahead to make sure that almost in every area there is at least one facility that we've built out of all the allocations we've got since 2016, 2017. We also note the comments from Mr. Mshlongo around the school sport in Daba and the issues of the Department of Basic Education, and that matter is being addressed. With the issue raised by Mr. Tetwa, yes, the evidence, do we have evidence? We've got the targets that are overachieved, and do we have evidence of people? Honorable Mtetwa, we do have technical indicator descriptions for each of our indicators. And in those technical indicator descriptions, we indicate how we measure it and what is the portfolio of evidence that we collect for any of the targets and the indicators. So we do have the proof of minutes, we have proof of attendance registers, photographs of events, video clips, etc., that we do as per the technical indicators. Where targets are overachieved, yes, if you look at in program 2, there are targets that are overachieved where and at the number of athletes supported by municipalities and receiving scientific support. And related to that, there was a question of budget and targets. I think I must indicate that in terms of the Academy's support and the Academy's and the scientific support, the targets are not costed equally. So they may, or the services are not costed equally. So if you have an athlete that goes into an academy and requires any services, the cost of getting a physiotherapist or a cost of getting dietary assistance may not be the same. So we are able in the allocation where we may consider, we may set a target to say in this year we may have 80 athletes, but there may be other athletes, there may be the services they may require may not be equal to the amount that we've serviced. On the other hand, you would also get athletes who come in and there's no cost related to that. So some of the athletes, for example, in this last financial year, we had Banyana were preparing to go to the World Cup. Now, when they're out of camp, they go back home to their provinces. And it's not feasible for them now to travel to a national training center or to a high performance center in Pretoria when they are in Tata or they're in the Free State. So they then access the services of those academies in their provinces. And some of the services that they require do not even require funding related to the services. By the same token, Chairperson, we would get in any year where scientific support is required, we would get athletes who come. There are certain events that take place. For example, we've had to go to the AUSC Region 5 games in the last financial year. So our team went through, so we had to give them support and send through, a specialist to be with them, to give them support at the games. Likewise, we've had in this financial year, our teams that went to the World Student Games. So in those years where there are World Cups, we cannot ascertain for sure how much support we give them, but we also always have to consider them getting the support through the scientific support and through the academies. The other overachievement may be in the area of number of people participating in sport and recreation events. Here again, Chairperson, many of these are mass participation activities. They don't require any special facility. They don't require an invitation. They don't require qualification. So athletes would go to a recreation event. There's no additional cost for that, for them to participate. So whatever services you put into that event caters for as many people as possible without having any additional costs for additional participants taking part in those events. With regard to the federations, the 16 federations, I think I responded to that, but just to indicate to Honorable Mthethwa, Netball was not one of those codes that was not compliant. They had complied, and I've responded to the issue of SAFA. And then on I think I've spoken about the cost implications of overachieving targets as requested as the question from Honorable Sabia. And to what extent do we influence municipalities to get sports facilities? That will be responded. But just to indicate that for us to get sports facilities, there has to be the involvement of communities who need to ensure that they participate in the integrated development planning process at the municipal levels when the call is for communities to actually make those inputs. So Mr. Mkhwera will deal with the details around that. The issue of, I think, Honorable Van Dijk, those questions will be responded as well around the MIC and how the municipalities are supported, and also the issues of the Barabakman as you requested information on. To the question from Honorable Momobolo, the indigenous games must go back to Limpopo. I think in the new financial year, and given all the budget constraints, we are looking at a new model of delivering many programs. And I think when we bring the new plans to the portfolio committee, we will indicate the model of delivery plans. And just to indicate that the event that took place in Kwamashu were Heritage Day celebrations. And yes, there was a lot of rain and a lot of things that we expected to go well may not have gone that well on that day. But I think the general Heritage Day celebrations in KwaZulu-Natal as well was severely affected by the gale force winds that we experienced. But I think all in all, everything else was delivered as we had planned to. In terms of measuring, whether we measure how we performed at the event as opposed to whether there's impact, I think it was a question asked by Honorable Mtetwa as well. I think for us, we have a process in the department where we do an evaluation of our programs. The Indigenous Games program, I think we had previously had an evaluation to look at the impact. And I think importantly, it was a very positive report that we got out of there. The fact that, yes, the only thing that we need to now look at, there are 9 Indigenous Games codes. We need to grow on other codes of sports that are asked by other communities as well that are indigenous to them, like the Khoisan, the San and the Griquas have also asked for games. So that is something that we will be looking at we've already started, in fact, with KwaZulu-Natal when the request came for the province to start looking at that as well. And then on the issue of, I think Honorable Malumane asked about the national federations and 16 submitted and they couldn't be assessed. Why are they not being assessed? Chairperson, I think we must indicate, yes, if the federations have not met their target, as I've indicated, there are 42 dimensions that they are assessed against. Now, during the COVID year, we found that most of the codes could not give us a report on certain areas of the dimensions, like participation at high performance, at international events, even looking at your clubs participating. Because of COVID, those activities didn't take place. So if an activity couldn't take place, you couldn't get a report on that particular dimension. So as a result, your whole result is going to be skewed because you cannot assess a code based on 5 or 6 or 8 or even 12 or 20 dimensions, when the calculation is that you must assess them on 46 dimensions, and most of them could not happen because of the COVID. By the same token, post-COVID, many of those codes of sports have not recovered to be fully functional in terms of certain areas. So, and as a result, those targets could not be, the 50% could not be met. So I think, again, for us to also do an assessment, we need all the codes to give us all of their reports at the same time. Now, if we didn't get codes of the codes submitting it to us in time, we were not able then to get the results we wanted as per our indicator. We also note the issues raised by Honorable Zondi about the targets. And to Honorable Dennis, we also, I think I've responded to the issues of the academies and the scientific support and the incomplete projects and the time for Sarah Bartman will be responded to by Mr. Lebogang Makwela. Chairperson, ADG, with your permission, if we can ask Mr. Makwela to respond to the infrastructure questions. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you, DTG. Through you, Chair, again. Mr. Makwela, on infrastructure.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Can you hear me, ADG? Hello?
We do hear you. I hear you. I'm the chairperson chairing. We do hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning to Honorable Chair and honorable members. colleagues from the department, the minister on the platform as well. The questions that relate to infrastructure, I have noted about 5 of those, Honorable Chair. I will start with a question raised by Honorable Mhlongo, which was also a concern about lack of facilities in rural areas, and I think he also expanded that in schools as well. And further emphasized that much as indeed we continue to report the achievement of target as far as the facilities are concerned, but the situation indeed on the ground reflects an undesirable picture. Maybe it's only appropriate, Chair, that I should indicate that since the department was able to secure an arrangement with the Department of Cooperative Governance that is responsible for the municipal infrastructure grant, which of course is a funding mechanism established by government to fund sports facilities, and that grant, it's a Schedule 5 grant that is transferred direct to the municipality by COGTA as a transferring department. But having noted the very concerns that have been raised by Honorable Mhlongo of lack of facilities, as a department, of course, also through the assistance of this committee, that 5% within the municipal infrastructure grant earmarked solely for sports facilities, portion of it, of course, we were able to ring fence, and at that time in 16-17 financial year, we ring fenced about 300 million, and at the time, the total 5% for sports infrastructure in that MIG was almost somewhere between 750 to 800 million, but we only secured that. And we were allowed, of course, Chairperson, to use our own processes as a department whilst the budget remained with COGTA for it to be transferred, but we were somehow allowed to identify those projects that must be allocated through that 300 million and submit those to COGTA so that that money could then be transferred. Between that time, which is 2016 and 17, to 2022-23, which is the year under review, we were able to allocate 193 municipalities of the total of 205 Category B municipalities or local municipalities. And safe to indicate, Chairperson, that MIG by its own nature enjoins us to direct the resources to areas that they classify in their own area as poor areas and in rural areas. Yes, all these projects where they have been implemented, it's a combination of the previously disadvantaged areas and the rural areas. But surely the scale of need and demand, it's very huge compared to what we have delivered at this point, Chair. So I thought perhaps it's important to note that. But with regard to the schools, it's a matter that has also been shared with the committee previously to say the unfortunate part is that notwithstanding the fact that the EPG reports that are released annually emphasize that these resources must be directed also to the schools, primarily because of some of the schools are strategically located within the arrangement of certain settlements and they are accessible to all sides of those specific settlements, and they've got enough spaces where these facilities could be built in such a way that they can be a shared service model where the school will be allowed to use the facility at whatever times, and beyond that, the community could still be able to access such facilities. We attempted some of these things, for example, in Kamisberg in Northern Cape, but unfortunately, COGTA had declined that and insisting that schools are supposed to have their own budget of infrastructure, including sports infrastructure. But unfortunately, the norms and standards for schools infrastructure, Honorable Chair, only provides for that for schools that are going to be built after the introduction of the norms and standards, which is a couple of years ago. And that approach excludes many other schools in excess of 20,000, which were not built, which were built before those norms and standards. So it has been back and forth with COGTA on that specific matter. And then the other question was in relation to, by Honorable Sibia, the extent to which we are able to influence municipalities to maintain the sports facilities, because indeed construction of a sports facility in one aspect, we have seen, Honorable Chair, many instances, of course, where a facility would be delivered, but the facility would remain closed, or sometimes it would even be used. And just 1 year down the line, that facility, Honorable Chair, is highly dilapidated. The only mechanism that we have actually provided for as a department, because when municipalities do make an application to us for them to be allocated from these 300 million. That
Point of order, Chair. I am sorry and I humble myself before you. We cannot be misled by this gentleman. He cannot say APG report says money must be redirected to schools. Can I have that report? I've been a member here. There's no APG report that says that. He must not mislead this.
Honorable Mhlongo, I'm suspecting you are out of order yourself. You must wait and come back. Leave anyone to give a report. And if you are not satisfied, there's a time that follow up. Because now we want to hear what are they saying. We cannot interject them whilst they are giving the report. We don't conduct a meeting like that. You must wait. We'll come back to you and raise all what we are not satisfied about. Thank you.
With your permission, may I proceed, Chair? Hello?
Yes, you must. You must.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, I was still dealing with the issue of the facilities, Chair, that we would build. But unfortunately, moving forward, a year down the line, you go back to that facility, but unfortunately, the conditions would be bad. And I was also indicated at the point where I was indicating, because the question was, to what extent are we trying to influence the municipalities to maintain such facilities? When they submit applications to be funded from that 300 million, Chairperson, part of the requirements within the template that we are using is for the municipality to indicate over an MTF period that whenever you are allocated this facility, demonstrate to us how much budget at the least are you going to allocate, which would be earmarked for the maintenance of this specific facility, so as to ensure that the facility is maintained. But of course, Chair, with that approach, there are still limitations, because they will indeed, Chair, reflect the amounts. But whenever that time comes for maintenance of the facilities to be done, we do not see that happening. That is the general trend throughout, Chairperson, and that is why we find ourselves being in a situation where the country is littered with facilities that are in bad conditions. And with regard to the question asked by Honorable Van Dijk, the allocations that we have made, and I think she specifically made a reference to the year under discussion and the previous year. The allocation, Chair, because over time, since the ring-fencing of the amount, as from 2018-19, there were certain cuts which were imposed on MIG, and that also affected the ring-fenced portion. But specifically in 2022-23 and backwards 2021-22, the amount that we allocated at the time, Chair, it was 252 for 2022-23, and then 255 million for 2021-22. And for those specific year, 22-23, we allocated 27 municipalities, and then for 2021.
Acting DG, there's a problem. The speaker
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, if you allow us, he might have lost connection. If you allow us, we will come back to him. Oh, he's here.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Yeah. It's a problem work, Chairperson. I'm at what point I was lost, but I was dealing with a question raised by Honorable Van Dijk, indicating, of course, for 2022-23, the budget that we had was 252 million, and then for 2021-22, it was 255 million. At the time, we gave 29 municipalities allocations, and then for the other year, it was 27 municipalities. And then with regard to the Sarah Bartman, Honorable Van Dijk, Chairperson, asked, what is the status? Chair, last week, Chairperson, there was a briefing session on Monday, if I'm correct, following the advertisement of a tender by Development Bank of Southern Africa. Chair would remember that it was a very protracted process for us to arrive at the point where we get DBSA to approve an allocation of the two projects, one of them being HVAC, but we focus on Sarah Bartman now, following their due diligence process. And then immediately after approval, they started to put certain things, Chairperson, in motion. One of them being to go out on a tender to invite the tenderers to come.
Lebogang, it looks like your connection is quite bad. Chairperson, I would request that perhaps we allow him to try and reconnect with another device. Meanwhile, we take the other questions.
Okay, it's in order.
Thank you. We'll come back, DDG Khan, to the issue of the facilities, and allow, maybe you can communicate with Lebogang on the side. I'm going to jump program 3 and come back to it, because I'm also from program 3 and I want to contribute. But if I can allow program 4 first, Chair, DDG Ndima. I think there was just about 2 questions, if I'm not mistaken. DDG Ndima.
Thank you very much, ADG, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning also to the honorable members of the committee, Minister, and all the colleagues present. The question that was asked was regarding the amendment to the South African Geographical Names Council Act of 1998. Just to indicate that a lot of work has been done in terms of doing the amendments. The Geographical Names Council has provided all the inputs that were required, and we are now in a process where the legal services is preparing submission for the minister's consideration, so that the amendment bill can then be gazetted for public comment. So that's where that particular project is. Now, with regard to the question of bursaries, I might not have gotten the question quite well, but the honorable member will then correct me if maybe I am missing the point. But the issue was the bursary for heritage in the Northern Cape. I want to indicate that we do have 3 students for 2022-2023 financial year, the students that were awarded bursaries at the University of Sol Plaatje. So I don't know whether the honorable member was raising a concern about the numbers, which of course the numbers are outside our purview because we advertise bursaries and then students then apply. But of course, I don't even think that that could be the point, because if the graph that was provided by the ADG is anything to go by, one will notice that there are even other universities like University of Fort Hare that we only got one student. So if you look at the fact that at the Sol Plaatje, it's not a worst case scenario. So let me stop there for now, ADG. Thank you.
Thanks, DDG. There was also a question from Honorable Mababulo in terms of the reports that we table, whether they incorporate the work done by the provincial geographical names committees.
Reports on resistance and liberation heritage?
No, on geographical names committees, the work done within the provinces by the provincial committees.
Yes, in fact, the work of the council entirely depends on members of the public who initiate names. And then the consultation that is also undertaken by municipalities, and the sifting process or screening process that is done by the provincial departments. So largely the work of the geographical names is dependent on provinces. If provinces are inactive in terms of transforming geographical names, then there won't be any work. I mean, if we talk about work that has happened thus far, looking at Limpopo, which has really led the pack by actually transforming the cities, even the capital city for that matter. It was because of the activeness of the Provincial Geographical Names Committee. You look at Mpumalanga, also without the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, you wouldn't have had changes of big cities like Mbombela. So is the Eastern Cape province. The Provincial Geographical Name Committee was very pivotal in changing one of the biggest cities, I mean, Gqeberha, even the airports for that matter, to the one for Gqeberha to David Stearman, and the one for East London to King Palo. It was because of the work of the provinces. So provinces are a bedrock of transformation of the naming landscape in this country. Thank you very much, ADG.
Through you again, Chair, we are going to then deal with the questions related to Program 3. We will still come back to Program 2 with regard to facilities. I just wanted perhaps or also to provide a response with regard to the question from Honorable Mhlongo regarding the CCI master plan. What is happening there? The CCI master plan was approved about a year ago by Cabinet, and it subsequently went through the process of implementation, where the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture led the process of provincial roadshows. Remember, the development of the master plan itself had the participation of the sector, the industry players within the creative industry through the formation of reference groups. However, after the master plan was approved, we felt it was important in compiling the implementation plan to do it in consultation with the provinces. So there were provincial road shows that were held with all 9 provinces between, because the master plan was approved in August, between October and February. Those road shows were then undertaken. And they help us in terms of the construction of the roadmap on how we are implementing this master plan. Right now, as the year commenced, the department then went fully into the process of the implementation, which mainly involved ensuring that there is alignment to the master plan between our APP and the master plan. This alignment is informed by what we call key action plans that are contained within the master plan. The approach in putting together the master plan was that we didn't want a high-level document that is not implementable. Hence, it comprises of what we refer to as key action plans, which have now been aligned to the APP and also prioritized. So the department is in the process as of this new financial year to implement the master plan through the key action plans, the 9 key action plans in this CCI master plan. And then the issue that was actually raised by Honorable Member Mthethwa, I think he also spoke to the master plan, which I've responded to, but he also had a question around the MGE, raising a concern around the planning thereof. Indeed, and the Chief Director, Mr. Mabaso, can come in if he wants to contribute. Indeed, Honorable Member Mthethwa, our planning is informed by budget, but it doesn't stop there. When we advertise the open call, right now we have an open call that is going on until the 30th of October, which is open to applicants until the 31st, I think, which is open from the beginning of October. So if the sector goes into, or anyone, a potential applicant goes online, they are able to see the guidelines that depict what budget allocation is there per project. So it's not just giving people a blank check in terms of them applying for the MGE open call. However, it is informed by the guidelines that are part of the advert that, or the open call that we actually do out. It's informed by the budget, but the guidelines would also stipulate per category, because there are categories that are contained there per category in terms of how much budget per project is allocated in as far as MGE open calls are concerned. So that is how the planning is actually done and how it is informed. We indicated that our overachievement there was as a result of us being able to respond to some of those applications over and above what we had projected. Because as you apply for a budget for funding, within what you have actually been stipulated, we would fund what is in line in line with the criteria that were set in the guidelines. So as we do that, we are therefore able to accommodate more than we had specified or we had intended to fund, more projects than we had intended to fund. I will ask the colleagues from Program 1, Mandisa, to also speak to the issue of creation of jobs not being a recycling process, and the issues of internal promotions, together with the other questions that Honorable Member raised, which will also be responded to by the CFO in terms of the under expenditure. The issues related to Silapa, Honorable Chair, the question coming from Honorable Adams. It is the position that we communicated to the Auditor General as well, and I'm glad the AG is here. As I said earlier on, we had set deliverables against what the service provider needed to deliver against, and set targets, which the service provider met fully. And there is a comprehensive report that stipulates what they were able to do, just talking to the last financial year, which was their third year of delivery. Now, on the third year, the department then made a decision to say they wanted to fight the scourge of GBVF in an integrated manner. And there were 3 projects that were identified that were contributors to this fighting against the scourge, one of them being Silapa. So it did not change the TORs and the MOU or the SLA, sorry, that was signed with the service provider. However, because as the artist in particular, because in that year, this program only serviced the artist. This year, it's servicing both the artist and the athletes. But the year that we are reporting on, the beneficiaries were the artists. So after the 2 years of implementation, upon realization that while we speak about the mental issues that affect the artist, financial issues, emotional, psychological, and others, including the legal issues, because that is incorporated in this program in terms of assisting the artist to be able to deal and understand issues related to the contracts that they sign. So over and above that, it was felt that when you look at the trend of some of those that we had come across in the 2 year of implementation, the experiences that they go through, the negative impact of perhaps it could be where they are at that particular time or whatever, it translates to them practicing gender-based violence on their spouses, on their partners, etc. Which is why we then decided that when we talk integrated anti-GBVF program, we will include SLAPA. So it doesn't take away the fact that there were deliverables around dealing with the issues of making sure artists that are facing mental problems and all of those things are dealt with. However, the interpretation of the AG was that this particular program doesn't respond to GBVF as stipulated in our plans. This is the reason why they then discounted it against those that we had achieved. So it had nothing to do with whether or not, as against the project plan of the service provider, they had actually delivered against that one. There is a report that actually outlines and fully gives indication of what transpired there. Chairperson, I also want just to touch on the issue of bursaries because Honorable Member Van Dijk also spoke to the language practitioners in terms of there being none in the Western Cape. As I said earlier on, the procedure that we follow when it comes to the language bursaries is that we advertise, universities apply. So some universities opt not to apply. We do not then go to them to say, can you apply? They would apply. It's an open process, and those that have applied will then go through the process as per applications. And this cycle that is ending this financial year had those 6 universities that applied and also went through the process and were then deemed to be the ones that are successful, for want of a better word. There is, as I said, there's an advert that has gone out. Universities have again, or higher education institutions have again been called upon to apply. Those that are successful will again go through a 3-year cycle. And then after 3 years, we advertise again. So I think I was specifically, and I'm just looking if my colleagues, Lisa, the Chief Director, NLS, wants to contribute, they are welcome to do so, Chairperson. But while we are on program 3, as we had said previously, I shared this program together with DDG Mandisa. So perhaps while we are there, on issues of social cohesion that have been raised, I will allow DDG Mandisa to then come in. But also, if you could also address the issues of jobs and others under administration that came from the honorable members. Through the chairperson, through the chairperson, DDG Mandisa.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and all other honorable leaders on the platform, ATG and colleagues. I will just follow the order of the questions that I noted as questions that I can respond to. Then when I am on those that are shared with program 3, I will indicate that that is one of them. I think the first one that comes, actually, it is falling under program 3, which was about social cohesion, and the question specifically was, how does the department ensure that there is social cohesion, I think, activities across all provinces? I think I must say that from the beginning of the program of the social cohesion advocates, the intention was that there must be activities across the provinces. In the original formation of the team or the cohort of experts, that representation was there. However, at the beginning of this arrangement, this was based on a voluntary network that is operating. And of course, there would be some form of assistance. I'm not sure what's happening. Can I be allowed just 1 second? I'm not sure what's happening on my system.
DDG, are you able to go on, or should I move to
yes,
someone else?
I'm able to go on. Let me see how far I am going to go on. My computer is warning me to shut down. I'm not sure what's the problem. So on this note, other social cohesion advocates, they just fell off the program over the years. They have been there since 2012. So yes, correctly, now we have a cohort that is not well representative of all the provinces. But one thing that we have done is to clarify some means of support to the social cohesion advocates that at least now assist us to have a hold on the current cohort of advocates, because at least for their movements, we are assisting them from moving from one point to another. And to close the gap in terms of other provinces, we are also encouraging them to go to other provinces, but doing so working with the provincial departments and to just deepen the activities of social cohesion in the provinces. We have as well now, as of last year, started a process whereby social cohesion is one of the coordinated indicators between us and the provinces. So at least that's a way by which we are also encouraging and supporting and working together with the provinces to make sure that they learn from the model we have. We've since seen some of the provinces also taking a cue in terms of them also onboarding some social cohesion advocates, or when they have their own programs that are social cohesion related, they would approach us to say, can we field some of our social cohesion advocates to their activations where they need those expertise. So we are currently as well going through a process, which is a process of ensuring that we even improve this program by redirecting it as that is our thinking now, to make sure that the experts that we have, they also play a role in terms of capacity building in communities, other than them just getting into communities and do activations on their own. We have a saying now as we go into the review of the program that says, what do you leave behind? But we wanted to do that remodeling of the program in a structured manner with all our partners knowing with the direction we want to take. And we considered the fact that the program has taken place for over time without a review. So we are also currently doing a review of the program, whereby through that review, we're also hoping to popularize the program, to popularize buy-in in the program, so that when we emerge with this new model that I'm talking about, at least there is already a buy-in that we think it will also extend to the private sector, because we are also eyeing the CSIs in the private sector as one component that can assist in deepening the work of this program. We've seen a taste of that, as an example, during the unrest in KZN, when we engaged with the business and we were showing them the value of investing in social cohesion, and communities around them understand the value and the return ROI from them operating in their spaces. So there was some kind of affinity, liking of what we are saying. So we are hoping that through this review, we will also come up with a way of saying, how do we tap in on CSI, and therefore increasing our partnerships. We're hoping to finish this review towards the end of the third quarter. And then going to another related item in a way, because it talks to issues of outreach. There was a question on imbizos, and I think it was coming from member Ntetwa, which was asking us, how do we make sure, or how did we overachieve? Yes, imbizos are budgeted. We have a formula of working out the budget of the imbizos out of the budget of the National Days and Major Days program. But in addition to that, in the previous year that we are reporting on, we also took an approach that says, how do we leverage on other outreach programs of the department? Say, for example, the department is going out there to launch whatever it is going to launch, or to hand over sport facilities. And then perhaps around that, we piggyback a community engagement session by our minister. So that helps in terms of stretching the rand, in the sense that the line program had done the base budgeting for that activity. So we are just adding a small component other than just starting planning for imbizo from scratch. And of course, when we are doing imbizos, we are working with the provinces, and some of the provinces, they would see this as an opportunity for what they had also planned in terms of collaborating with us and our minister, working on one project resourced from both directions in terms of us and the province. Of course, other provinces would do better than the others. Others will not do anything because they did not budget for that, or we arrived after they've had an imbizo. But those kind of partnership or leveraging on other planned initiatives as initiatives where we can build in on an outreach program. They have assisted us. And then the next one was the one that was talking about recycling of staff, which falls under the purview of questions I have to respond to. I think recycling of staff in the space of recruitment, this is an area of a real tension, if I may so say. Tension in the sense that in site recruitment, as called recycling, it's advantageous in the sense that it promotes morale of staff. When staff members know that we are recognized and we have an opportunity coming for us to progress in our career, staying in the same organization, that is good for even those that do studies of workplaces, because they feel like when you have people that have grown up the ladders in the organization, they understand the organization better, there is better institutional knowledge. However, it is also said that the more of it can have a negative effect because you don't bring new ideas in the organization other than trying to compensate on that through training that you would do for your staff members. So I'm saying on this one, it's a difficult one to manage, especially even for the lower level positions where the policy of the department would be saying, first, we advertise internally for the lower level position. So it means definitely the methodology of recruitment, it's exposing us to internal recruitment. But I think as well, this is also an area that is looked at seriously by Labour in terms of how the management of the department encourages progression of employees. Hence, they are sitting in our interviews when we are taking interviews. Hence, our employees, they have the scope and permission to challenge us if they feel I have been to this interview and I think I've done well and I am not sure how did I not make it. They can come to us and ask us questions. So I think as well, our panels are very thorough when they have internal candidates, thorough not to favor them, but also thorough not to be seen as not have played fair in terms of these recruitments. It is a fact that, yes, we are also having, other than speaking to the issue of us, remember, something like that, which contributes to that digging backwards. Because we're also having people that leave the organization. The numbers are high, people that leave the organization. So as we are recruiting as well, additional to just internal recruitment, those exits in the organization, they offset the efforts that we are making in terms of recruitment. And then going to the next one, number of services modernized. I think the question was straightforward, but CIO is in the meeting, can add on. The question was whether we are going to proceed with what we have not achieved under services modernized. The answer is yes. We are already in that process and we are still working with CETA on that. Despite the slow progress we are making with CETA, it's general knowledge that things under CETA don't move as fast as
Seemingly has got a problem, yes.
Yeah, it looks like we really are having a serious problem here in the building. We all together in the same building. I'm not sure. Chair, we apologize for the back and forth, but while we locate DDG, Mr. Mukhera is back. If you could allow us to finish responding to questions related to infrastructure, please.
Now it's in order. Thank you.
Lebogang.
Thank you very much, ADG. Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for that inconvenience. At the time I got cut, Chair, I was still addressing the question which was raised by Honorable Van Dijk regarding Sarah Bartman. I think I had done with the aspect of politics. Chairperson, already I had indicated that the project, Sarah Bartman, it's now under Development Bank of Southern Africa, following their acceptance, which was informed by the due diligence which they conducted on the project. The budget since inception of the project, the budget that has been spent on the project is 279 million. And in terms of the estimate, which was done by DPWI together with DPSA, the amount required to complete the outstanding work on Sarah Bartman is estimated at 115 million. 115 million, but that is also subject to a confirmation, because I have already indicated that last week DBSA had advertised a tender for the appointment of the contract, which was actually meant to close, I think, today, if not yesterday. But I also wanted to raise the unfortunate challenge that they have encountered themselves. They said that they got a response during the briefing session, Chairperson, that they held. They got a response from only 2 contractors, and therefore a decision has been taken to re-advertise the tender. And we also advise as a department that beyond the 3 platforms that they have used to advertise, they must expand and include all other platforms so as to draw a response on a bigger scale, with a hope that they will get satisfactory responses this time around. In terms of their roadmap, Chairperson, they did not give the actual end time of the project, but rather, because they're not sure when exactly will they start with the construction, but they had allocated 12 months to complete the project. That once a contractor assumes site at whatever date that he would be appointed on, within a space of a year, that contractor would be expected to then complete the project. Now, Chair, basically I was also tying the response to the question raised by Honorable Dennis. But there's an important question also asked by Honorable Zondi, that of the non-achievement, this specific indicator that deals with this project is one of those that did not achieve the Heritage Legacy project. And the question was that, are we still expecting the similar challenges in the current financial year? Chairperson, unfortunately, for the reasons that we were given, we were told that we could not change indicator as it is written, but we had brought to the attention of the department that looking at the budget requirements of this project, but also the extent of work that's still to be done and where we are. Even in this current financial year, Chairperson, Sarah Bartman, it's not going to be completed. More so that we just had the budget cuts, which left this project with only 8 million. Much of the work, of course, of the fund will have to be allocated in the coming financial year. I think, Chair, those were the questions in relation to infrastructure. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lebogang. Thanks, Chairperson. DDG Mandisa, are you back? As she had said earlier on, her connection just cut off. We are going to go on with the responses and, Mandisa, sorry.
Yes, I'm back. I switched over to my phone. I'm not sure what my mission is doing. Should I continue?
It seems your connection is quite bad. I don't know whether it's just on my side, Chair.
To our side, it's very bad. She's not in the right position.
Yes, DDG Mandisa, can I ask that? DDG Mandisa, can I ask that to change position or you come to my office? Sorry about that, Chair. CFO, can we take you meanwhile?
Yes, through Chair. Thanks very much, DG. There was a question that related to the under-expenditure under the CFO's office, that the under-expenditure related to compensation of employees. For the financial under review, we did have about 5 people that were promoted internally. So that is the same issue that has created the under expenditure in general under your composition of employees. And then there was an issue of our under expenditure being less than 2%. Indeed, Honorable Denise is correct that in terms of treasury regulation, 2% is regarded as not material. And then hence this paragraph was not there in the this paragraph was not there in terms of the audit report, so 1% is allowed. But we do also agree that the 68 million is still a huge balance not to spend by the year end, and also given the scenario that the composition of employees is part of that when there's a lot of unemployment in the country. So we are promised, Chair, like we are saying that we are hoping that in the next financial year, we'll make sure that at least in terms of composition of employees, that amount get reduced substantially. And then there was a question from Honorable Van Dijk that relates to consequence management in terms of the audit report. Indeed, there was a paragraph under non-compliance that relates to the consequence management of the amount about 23 million. And that irregular expenditure relate to your 2007 to 2014 transaction, which has posed difficulties in terms of getting the reports or getting the information to enable us to say who's responsible for what. But at least in the previous financial year, in terms of the treasury guideline that was revised in terms of how to deal with the irregular expenditure, there was now a paragraph there that deal with the impracticality of irregular expenditure where you are not able to gather the evidence for you to carry through all the steps that is required in terms of that framework. So we are going to be applying this framework for the current financial year, and just to maybe to give a progress to date in terms of the irregular expenditure in general, Chair. We did have about 451 million irregular expenditure. About 50% of that is already been complete. When we are saying complete, we are saying for about 160 million balance. Consequence management has been applied. Controls has been put in place. And then there's also the 72 million that has been submitted to National Treasury for request for condolment. So today, the progress, we are sitting at about 218 out of 451. And the anticipated date for us to complete this process, Chair, is at 31 January 2023. And also, what we would also like to note is that for the audit under review, we didn't have any additional or new irregular expenditure or fruitless. So the department, whatever they spent, there was no declared irregular or fruitless for the current financial year. Thanks very much. I'll end there. I think those are all the questions.
Thank
you. Through you, Chair, DDG Mandisa is with me. She can come.
Okay.
Okay.
DDG Mandisa.
All right, thank you. Apologies once again, I was not hearing well as well. I thank you. So I was on the modernized services one, and I've just confirmed that that sport management information system was still continuing with it, though we are still behind timelines in terms of our engagements with SETA. It has been difficult engagements. We had to call top management meetings with them just to put them to an understanding how important the project is for us, the timelines that we want the project being done and closed by. So we are hoping that these top management meetings will assist us as well as in another matter. They had assisted when we called in the MD. And then on the next question, I didn't get this question very well. It was about NAC and Boxing South Africa and issues of consequent management. I'm not sure CFO got it. Maybe he can assist me, but in as far as I heard it, I could say we are monitoring issues of application of consequent management where there has been unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure in the entities. In terms of the financial year we are reporting on, we have received our 2 times a year reports from them. And I can say through our entity oversight management team as well that does on-site visits, we are tracking this and we are seeing progress in terms of the implementation as much as the boards and as the councils and the CEOs are also made to account on this through the forum meetings that we have, including the CFO's forum that is also looking into all this. So I'm just giving an assurance that we are tracking what is happening in that space as much as the implementation of the actual actions. It's in the purview of their councils or CEOs, depending on the level that has to take those consequent actions. And then the next question, it was on the implementation of the social compact and the implementation plan. I think the question was, what are we doing? Who is the third party? I must start by saying this target is not necessarily a DSAC target. This is a government target in terms of the MTSF plan and its targets. However, because DSAC is coordinating the departments in terms of Priority 6 implementation where the target belongs, and now we have this responsibility of coordinating other departments that have to contribute to this target. Primary role players being the presidency itself, being DPME, being social development as well. I've counted DPME being the Department of Employment and Labor, being the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Just before we talk about other departments, those are the departments that we have to find a common understanding with. Now, in the process of working on what we thought we had worked with them, because as a coordinator, we took the lead and started the process, found experts to assist us to develop the compact, which was done. Compact was done, different forums where the compact was presented. And our process, people inputting to this process, but that process including other stakeholders now outside government. I must say that along the way, I can see in the reports, because that's just before my time, I can see in the reports that main contributors in these forums up to February 2020, before COVID kicked in, were more of other social partners outside government. So those inputs, they assisted in completing the compact. And now COVID kicked in and it was quiet about the compact. When we wanted to come back on the compact, it's like everybody had forgotten where this document that we were tabling to them was coming from. In that process as well, as we thought we've managed to pick up speed in 2022, mid-year, calendar year, around about June, presidency emerged with another summit, which was called a Social Cohesion Summit. In that space of time as well, the SD emerged with another document that was called Social Sector Summit, them responding to other processes that government has been leading, social development, understanding that I have to come with a social development compact of some kind. But them not linking all these to the master compact that we had already worked on and shared with everybody. Now with presidency and the Social Cohesion Summit, when we went to NEDLAC, because that's another role player in this as the second coordinator after us for the social partners, when we went to NEDLAC said, no, we don't know this. All we know is what has recently been done by President. So our understanding is that that is taking a lead over this. Now you should come to us through presidents. And our process was never like that. So we had to go back and report this to Foresight and other structures. The last report to Foresight in December that year. And it meant now we are just moving backwards in a way, because NEDLAC was saying no admission to you until you sort out yourselves as government. This year, we convened another session in terms of social cohesion conversation on the compact. The beauty, at least, was that NEDLAC participated in this, the PME, social development, these other role players participated. And NEDLAC said, okay, now we understand this process better since that Presidential Social Cohesion Summit. We are prepared now to set up a stream. They would work through different streams, a social development stream that will be discussing this document. Now we are waiting for them to be ready on that, and we start engaging at NEDLAC level. We've already advised the cluster that we are coming back. This is the roadmap now that we are having. I hope I have explained thoroughly on this one. Then the next, almost last one is on targeted groups. It's featured various members, touched on it, I think 2-3 members, but I just clubbed it under one. The 8 projects of the targeted groups. When it came, there was a question about, it was called NGOs funded, how much approved started there. I think that was member Van Dijk or Van Dijk, yes. We had last year, or the year that we're reporting on, 8 targeted groups. And I must indicate that this was an attempt as well to make sure that we are covering all provinces, because the formula before that was a different formula. For example, the year before, we had funded only 3 targeted groups. So in an attempt to increase the scope and cover all provinces, make sure that we have at least a project, we increased the number. But another thing that emerged was that we changed the program a little bit, taking off the youth component from the program. So that separation, it delayed us a little bit in terms of when to go and advertise for the call for proposals. Because we had to make sure that we are not bringing in what we have already taken off according to the revision of the program. We attracted a high number of applications, 1,000 plus. So even the process of sifting through, going through those applications, it took long. But as we were sifting through the applications, we realized that the competition was just too tough for the number of applications we've received versus how many shall be approved according to the budget that is available. So the panel took a decision that says, perhaps let us forget about everyone else who was funded by DSAC under this program before. If you have been funded before, we are putting you aside. So we're going to take new projects. But taking new project, it came with its challenges because these are people who are not on our system, who do not understand our processes. And as we had selected them now and going through their documentations, engaging them for legal processes in contracting, here and there, we're realizing that even the governance issues in these NGOs, to a point of the fact that some of them, whilst X amount was approved according to budget, by the time we finalized with them, we realized that we can't even give you this amount of money. You still have to learn how to handle money that is not yours first. We finished the process, of course, late, going through all those things. December, Treasury told us that we are closing if you are coming to register these projects to us. We will see you January. And we're hopeful early January, but that ended up being late in January. So I'm just explaining, but we learned from that to a point that I can say right now for 2024-25, we are already, we've done the selection. Now we're doing legal vetting of what has been selected. We even took a step further of making sure that before we even take this to legal vetting, let there be an official that does door-to-door, you know, checking what is this project all about and all other issues that may make us not to progress when we think we are already about to give them money. So we've also put up improvement measures out of the learnings that we had. And of course, I must indicate that from the change that we had when we realized that other projects are not going to get all their money from prior year, this year, instead of approving 8, we've even approved 10 projects so far. I think I have covered almost all that was under Program 1. Thank you, Chairperson, members, and ADG.
Thank you very much. Just in conclusion, we thank all the colleagues that have tried their best to respond. It was quite a number of questions and we might have missed 1 or 2, Chair, we will be guided. But I just wanted just to emphasize on some of the issues, for instance, with regard to the issues raised by members in terms of the issue of evidence, where we say we have achieved the issues of impact, for instance. We have what we believe is quite a comprehensive program or system, Chair, maybe the correct word would be that allows us to not credit anything as having been achieved before it has gone through those assurance processes. So whatever we report on here to say it's been achieved has actually gone through that process. There's a ban-owl system. First, even before you get to the ban-owl system, there are TIDs, as members would see if you look at our APP towards the end of our APP. There are technical indicator descriptors there that specify what would translate to an achievement. You will find that there would be quite a number of instances when programs or branches would have claimed to have achieved, but if they fail to provide that kind of TID evidence, those would not be credited. So that's the system which we believe is quite comprehensive, Chair. And that same report will then, after it has gone through that process, would then also go to our internal audit unit. But the point around the impact, I think we did respond to this even last time, to say there are two different approaches that we use in terms of determining the impact. For instance, if we are sitting with 46 performance indicators, we would not be in a position to determine impact across all 46, but we would target those that are specifically addressing certain objectives, for instance, job creation and the like. So the two systems would be through our own internal process, where we have got a unit that is specifically tasked with the responsibility of doing these assessment reviews of specific projects that we would identify as management or the executive management in the department. However, we've got an independent process also that is done through the South African Cultural Observatory, where each year we would draw up a research agenda for them, which they will then utilize to do impact studies. So those would not just be saying, for instance, indigenous games, but it would be targeting those specific ones where a particular objective wants to be met. So those are the systems, and I think I spoke about the South African Cultural Observatory even previously when talking about the issues of impact, and we did acknowledge the fact that continuously we find that it's important for us not just to be talking numbers in terms of TIDs, in terms of portfolio of evidence, but time again for us as government to be able to offer services that have impact to do those kind of assessments and evaluation. We noted the comments about indigenous games. The honorable member attended the first day, which was the National Heritage Day combined, and as DDG Khan has said, the gale winds and the very bad rain that we had on that day, we couldn't control. Much as we had taken the forecast into account in terms of our planning, but the weather just changed and we couldn't control that. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to then say the whole event was terrible because of the impact on sound that as a result of that actually ultimately. But also just to indicate that indigenous games are 5 days. And we had that particular issue of weather on the first day. Second day, we had the issue of wind, but the indigenous games continued. And it is our view that it's one of those kind of activities that really need to be mainstreamed in as far as also addressing our mandate around issues of moral regeneration and also social cohesion and nation building. Chairperson, I want to conclude by just in reference to what you said, Chair, together with Honorable Member Zondi, in terms of tightening up our monitoring processes and procedures, to say indeed, we continuously try and find how we can improve even the control measures, even before we go to post monitoring, whether the project actually happened and was successful, but looking also on how we put control measures even before the project is actually implemented. Obviously, there are lessons that we learn continuously, identifying weaknesses and continuously working on heightening and tightening up on control measures and how we actually monitor. Even though, yes, and we do want to, as say, we commit to continuously tightening up and improving on our monitoring systems and monitoring approaches. We do not necessarily just focus on those that we did not achieve that particular year, which is why I think the 11% achievement that we, comparatively speaking, from the last financial year to this financial year, can be reported on. But we do acknowledge the fact that continuously we have to ensure that as we aim for that 100%, which we are not going to say we're going to get 100% chairperson, but what we can commit to is continuously we are tightening up on our monitoring and evaluation measures as a department. So that is just in concluding our responses to your questions, Chairperson. Minister is experiencing serious challenges with his connection. And Chairperson, through you, I'm just requesting that we try again. He has reconnected.
Thank you, Acting DG. I've seen that he has been in and out, but I've seen now that he is back. Minister. Honorable Minister Zizi-Kodwa. Honorable members, maybe the acting DG and the relevant staff will tell us what to do. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable the DDG Sumai.
Very much, Chair. Chairperson, apology. I just to raise something before, or respond to something before the chairperson closes the meeting. So when it's appropriate, chairperson, you'll allow me to please comment.
I'm giving you that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to respond to an issue raised by Honorable Bongo, that the PG says there's nothing about infrastructure in schools. I think, there are two editions of the EPG report that does make reference to the fact that, part of the challenges that we have in terms of the athlete development is the enabling environment and the fact that the school sport is a bedrock of sport development. And without the infrastructure in schools, we're not really able to see actual transformation in place, because that's where we start to develop our young athletes. So I just wanted to say that there are at least two of the reports that say the thing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Thank you, DDG. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Mhlongo. I'm not sure whether it's a follow-up. If it's that, so I'm giving Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. I apologize, Chair Mangite, that time you'll give me an opportunity. Let me raise that. I think even the DDG now, she's saying there is a report. When was the report? On which year? And where the recommendation stated clearly that this must be allocated to schools? And if yes, why the recommendation are not implemented? Which year? Can they share the report with us for EPG that says a recommendation was to done? Which year, and then why they were not implemented? If there's a recommendation, it must be implemented. Now the implementers, now they fail to implement. And I think we have to have that copy, and then let's take it from there. I think the DDG did not even respond to my question. As alluded, you've listened to her answers, not now, when she started. What monitoring and evaluation role does the department play to ensure that national federations are meeting their targets? Which monitoring process role that you play that will tell us that the department are ensuring that all federations meet their targets, because they did not? Now, does the department has a policy to emphasize on the consequence management for all these federations not to achieve their targets? And I think one of the things that we know, Chair, I think now you know, sometimes they submit provinces or schools or anyone, public meetings, they submit duplicate of names. Those registers are questionable you'll see Table appear in several first page and the last page. Now, in other words, there's copy and paste of data used for us to say this project happened because, or there's an attended register. Now, it shows good there's poor implementation, and one of the officials told us that these things, they happen, the duplication of registers. Now, what mechanism are we going to make sure that we do diligent work, or the department does diligent work to check each and every project that comes? There's a register, they've used money, people attended, but that attended register, it's amended, or it's attended register, lack of a better way. I wanted to raise last issue, and in details, I think we saw the AG annual report in our last meeting, finding that the materials finding which were made perceived that National Federation did it only at 50% to prescribe e-transformation. The editor general, AG, says that it's not me. Now, my findings indicate that there was this annual performance plan, strategic plan, but did not clearly define the planning processes for these targets. Now, it is also noting that this undermine or determine how are we going to monitor the evidence that will support the achievement. Now, there's a lack of monitoring the achievement. And I would like to recommend to the House and even to the department, one of the things that we recommend clearly, that I think that that there must be an indicator better to define in order for us, that the department and the committee better understand where does it place or meaningful for us to do an oversight work. I think it's so important with the EPG report that is available, they'll produce yearly, and they must tell us if they're not implemented, if there are reports which are not implemented thereof. Now, on the last one, Chair, I think we need more information.
The second last one.
Okay, I apologize, Chair. Let me respect you, Chair. The last term, maybe last. Thank you, Chair, for now.
DG, before I'm taking over now, can you respond on those few follow-ups by Honorable Mshongo?
Thank you, Chair. I think from our understanding, they all revolve around the issue of the transformation target and also the issue of the EPGE report that was referred to by DDG Khan. So I would allow her, Chair, through you again.
DDG Khan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EPG reports we will make available to the committee. But you will also note that the EPG report gives recommendations for various stakeholders. The Department of Basic Education, SASCOC, ourselves, the federations. So all of us are part of that EPG process in terms of following up the recommendations. Yes, we need, I must admit, yes, from our side, there are things we've put in place in terms of monitoring and evaluation. For example, on an annual basis, when we get the EPG report, we sit with the federations and we make sure that in the following year's SLA that we sign with them, that they commit to actually delivering on those recommendations, and we track it through the funding that we give them in terms of the SLA. That's what we do. The other issues are the issues of the actual visits to the federations' events and activities. Where we are invited, we go there as a monitoring team. Our M&E unit also does sampling, where they go to all of our sports events and they actually monitor the activities based on what we've put into our APPs and in our operational plans as well. In terms of consequence management, Chairperson, the EPG report is very clear and the EPG process is very clear. There are service level agreements that are signed between SASCOC, ourselves, and the federations. And the consequences are quite clear there. Firstly, if the federations do not meet their EPG targets, there will be penalties. The one penalty is that they will, there are various. One is that they will not get any funding until such time that they meet the targets. The other issue, and I think 3 codes of sports already suffered those consequences in the past, was if they don't meet the targets, they will not be able to host or bid to host any major sports event. The other target is quite severe, where you will be deregistered, derecognized as a recognized sports confederation or sports federation in the country, noting that we have a regulation dealing with recognition of sport and recreation bodies. So those are some of the consequences that the federations face should they not comply. I must also indicate that in the 2018 year, basketball was one of those who faced consequences because they didn't comply, they didn't submit reports, so they did not receive funding and they were not allowed to host or bid for any events. In the first time we did it, it was rugby, cricket, and also football, who did not meet their targets, and they were also penalized. They couldn't bid and host for any major events at the time. In terms of the evidence and the registers, etc., we have indicated our constraint in that matter, Chairperson, that we have large targets, like 100,000 participants in sport in a quarter, and hence collecting all of that evidence leads to mistakes and errors, which are human errors. We have started a process with our IT to look at what we're calling a sports information management system, where we can start to collect information electronically. We have been engaging with our colleagues, with our federations and some of the other departments who use an electronic system, and the systems that are in place. They're quite expensive. We put out a tender this year, and I think we've had to now go to CETA to take the matter, because CETA now is the service provider for all IT systems. So the matter is with CETA, but we're hoping that by the end of this financial year, we would have finalized an electronic a system of a sports information management system, where we not only will be collecting data from our provinces like we've been doing manually, but it also gives us an indication of things like the EPG report stats that will come on board, any other information that you require in sport, where there's access required by anyone in terms of the federation's information, when there's changes in leadership, all the information pertaining to sport. So we're hoping to create this electronic hub for sports information. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I've responded to all the questions that were asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DDC. Seeing the hand of Lebogang.
Lebogang, yes, thanks, Chair.
Yes, Lebogang.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, ADG. Now, just to expand a little bit.
Honorable Mhlongo, please lower your hand. I'm sorry, Lebogang.
Chair, I still have another last question.
No, but I'm saying lower your hand. Will raise after all the explanation. Honorable Mr. Lebogang.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying just to expand on a response, rather, Chair, given by DDG Khan regarding the issue of pronouncement of the EPG reports on issue of infrastructure in schools. Yes, indeed, the commitment has been made that we will provide those reports. In the immediate, I can confirm to Chairperson and honorable members that the 2 editions of 2018-19 as well as 19-20 that I'm seated under the recommendation applicable to sports. Such a reasonable recommendation is 1819, it will be in 47 if members maybe have reports, and in 1920 report they will find it in 129. There was a second part to the question of Honorable Nhlongo, that if these recommendations are there, why were they not implemented? And in the submission that I've made, because truth of the matter, outside the municipal infrastructure grant and outside the urban settlement development grant, which is applicable rather to metros and MIG to local municipalities as well as the districts, there aren't any other funding mechanisms available by sports infrastructure. And that is why that when, as a sector, we recognize that school sports is a lifeblood of the entire sport and recreation system. And as part of enabling environment for that to thrive, there must be an infrastructure. And the very same space that is regarded as a lifeblood is not provided with infrastructure, because MIG is saying MIG cannot be used for schools. There is somehow a misalignment which must also be looked at. And Chair, I've indicated earlier that we have tried our luck before in Gamesberg in Northern Cape. That did not work. For the next coming financial year, we are trying our luck again with COP, with one school in the Eastern Cape. I don't remember that municipality, although the money is allocated municipality, but there's an agreement in the municipality that it will be a shared facility. We will see what will come out of that. So it is just to indicate that an effort on the side of the department have been made, but unfortunately on the other side, we have been receiving a resistance to ensure that we do supply sports facilities.
Honorable Nhlongo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, thank you for your indulgence. Chair, since I'm from Gauteng, I remember you recalled the number Kamalga Natasha Tahani, where the former minister was giving them bursaries. Now I'm saying, Guti, since the department sees, Guti, there's a high number of interns which are from Gauteng, what mechanism or comprehensive strategy does the department has in place to ensure that this does not reoccur, Gauteng, but to ensure that other provinces or regions are benefiting in providing equal access and opportunity for internships in the national office? Now I'm saying, Guti, what mechanism do they have for us to balance all provinces getting equal opportunities compared to Gauteng? And can the department give us a timeline on the Women's and Sport Bill? When is it going to happen? The finalization thereof. Can the department give us that? Last question, Chair. One of the areas that the department has committed itself and to prioritize issues of adequate resources which were made available for this 2022 and 2023 was promoting peoples with disability. When's Agalani with that? And has the department done to ensure that this area receive maximum attention, and what programs are existing in this, especially rural areas on people with disability? Thank you very much. That was my last for today.
Okay, thank you. DG.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those follow-up questions. I think just to start off with the one on interns, DG Mandisa, can you speak to that one, please?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, we advertise for internship, so it's an open process. However, it's understandable why many would come from Gauteng. When one looks at the stipend that is received by an intern, if you don't have a relative in Gauteng, it means your stipend ends up in rentals and food, if lucky. So I think the monetary value in terms of the stipend does not encourage people to move from other provinces to where the national office is. However, the internship program, it's a national program as a part of the public service regulations. All departments are supposed to have an internship in their workspace. So at least we take it from there that where people are, there is also another opportunity. Thanks. Then disability, according to our HR targets, we are above the national target, but we are not, we are at 2.6% now, but we are not resting because anything can happen that make us to slip back. So we're also looking at other means, again, of encouraging people with disabilities, like the relationship that we have with our core department or peer department, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. But again, it's an issue of people with disabilities, also applying, which we find many, not many applying. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You want to say something, Charles? We are seeing you in the video now. You have been not saying anything. Maybe it's you wanted that I must recognize you. Or the video was opened by mistake.
My apologies.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Probably was an error. I think I also wanted, before DDG can respond to the question on the timelines for the sport bills, Women in Sport bill. I also wanted just perhaps to add to what DDG was saying about people with disabilities. Just referring the honorable member to, I think it's page 84 up to page 87 of our APP document that we had indicated and categorized the people with disability interventions per program. For instance, DDG has spoken to the issue of prioritization and targeting in as far as employment is concerned, but I just want to indicate that further. For instance, when it comes to our employees, we have ensured that there are departmental policies that deal with issues, for instance, of reasonable accommodation and assisted devices, issues of sign language interpreting services, up to hiring automatic vehicles instead of manual vehicles where applicable or necessary. That is in as far as our departmental policy is concerned, but also when you look at program 2 in that section of our APP 2023-24, members would note that there are about 10 interventions, without reading through them, Chair, that our sport branch have reported on in terms of how they prioritize athletes with disabilities. For instance, one of them being athletes that are supported by scientific support, 5% have a disability. People actively participating in organized sport and active recreation events, 9% have a disability. It goes on like that. There's about 10 that we reported on that page. The branch on arts and culture reported on 4 different interventions that are specifically targeting artists with disabilities, ranging from how we have extended a program that is called Weekend Arts, instead of it being all about the festival. Yes, it did give opportunities with artists with disabilities, but we felt it was a once-off, and we have extended that so that it's a program that is specifically targeting artists with disabilities. About a few weeks ago, we had a session which was targeting artists with disabilities, where we have partnered with the Department of Women, Youth and people with disabilities as well. That is just amongst those that we mention on page 86 of our APP. On page 87 of our APP, our colleagues from Heritage highlight 4 different interventions where they are specifically, for instance, as an example, our libraries provide easy access to facilities for people with physical disabilities through ramps at the entrance to the libraries, demarcated and parking spaces, and special latrine facilities. I'm just mentioning a few of them, but our APP that I'm reading from, Chair, does stipulate those particular interventions that we have put in place targeting artists. Same thing that we did for youth and same thing that we did in terms of women. DDG Khan would address the question on the timelines for the sport, women in sport bill.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, Chairperson, it is not a bill, it is a policy, but it has to go through a very similar process as a bill was when an legislation was saved to it getting assented in Parliament. We have set a timeline for the end of the financial year for us to finalize the policy. And as I've indicated already, Chairperson, we are consulting with provinces in terms of the costing and the implementation plan. So we're hoping that the end of March, we should finalize the latest by the end of March, we'll finalize the policy. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I take this opportunity now that, again, let me thank the leadership of the department, the leaders of this committee who dealt with each and every information which also were given by the AG. Thank you also that you have joined us on permits. And then now I wanted to say this committee, really, we are wishing that all of us, as the term comes to an end, would love to have a legacy that will leaving behind, not because other issues are not important, but the issue of transformation. It's a sore point. We know that before unbanning, what happened about the sport. I've heard the responses of that. You are recognizing that it's only 50% that has been giving a report. But I'm hearing also that the DDG Khan is saying that there is a clear measures that are put, that consequence from any federation, penalties. I would love that when we're coming back, we must hear what penalties are going to be getting by those who are not yet giving the reports. Because as we were here last week, it was this 50%. Until today, there's nothing new. We are hoping that sharing the report before the end of the term or in the first term on the coming year will assist us. But also, I would love to say that last time we were not happy when we were hearing that now by this time also the payment of invoices are not 100%. Today we do appreciate. It's one other oversight by this committee that we're always trying to monitor, because those poor of the poorest. Maybe sometimes they are becoming culprits not to report back, but we don't want to see that any department, not only of ours, is not paying the invoices. But also, I wanted to say that as this committee, as you are ending the term, would love that we must have this oversight in these places of our municipalities. You know, this thing of IMIC, it's another issue that we cannot rest and to be happy the way it's happening. Those who have been with Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Beauty Dlulani, we tried our best when this reinvesting of 300 million, that we must call these different departments. And then I'm suspecting that we were thinking that by this day, all is going to be reported very positively. COCTA, the SALGA, your treasurer, they were allowed that this money, it belongs to COCTA, and the department was trying with some other project to show them how that they can minimize the costing. But I'm suspecting if we look at some municipalities which are being done the costing by the same department, COCTA, you will see that we have areas like Limpopo, areas like Christian, Eastern Cape, and one other time we had to visit doing an oversight where we got that in these municipalities we got some shady things, as if they were trying to do a pool for the kids, but it's something which is something like it was supposed to be a pool, something was supposed to be a field. So we are aware that we are trying your best. It's unfortunate that we are not sure whether come January, our committee secretaries and the researchers, the content advice will forward, as we're speaking, a very, very effective oversight visit of this committee. Because even to ourselves, it's not nice to look at the papers, look at the presentation. We want to go see it all in order that we must come back and debate and expose shady works that are being done, because departments, the government, when they are giving people what they promise to do, and then if our good selves will be look at the papers only, it cannot be right. Also, we are not assisting you department to do our role of oversight. But so far, I'm saying that the contribution of our members, the responses are making us to see where you lack, and then you were saying that you must go and try, those gaps must be closed. And we know the consequence management, we know the accountability that sometimes you do struggle to get from our, as I'm now speaking about local government, maybe from our provinces. we are hoping for the best DG, that also in this issue of acting vacancies, it must come to an end. I'm taking this opportunity to release acting DG with the encourage. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also thanks for the guidance, and thank you to the members. We will leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ompemetri. Thank you so much. And any other person who has been here. Thank you so much. It's not an easy issue to run the country. Let me go back to the agenda of today. Can any member?
Chairperson, I hope I'm audible.
I've heard that you are double dipping. You having the subcommittee, you in and out, but sometimes you're being kicked out. We are happy to hear this voice.
My apologies, Chairperson. Thank you for your indulgence. Just to apologize to the committee. As you said, I've been back-to-back meetings, but I've been struggling a lot to connect to the meeting. I've been in and out of this meeting. I've heard a bit of the presentation by the department, but just wanted to know that to alert the committee that I was in the meeting, but I've been really struggling. But thank you very much for allowing the department for an opportunity to make a presentation.
Thank you, Honorable the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, now we're coming to the next item, tabling of the names, on the tabling of the names for candidates to serve on the Ad Hoc Committee Panel of Penslab. Hey, I've seen Honorable Adams's hand. I'm giving you that opportunity, Honorable Adams.
Thanks, Chairperson, for the opportunity. May I propose names as candidates to serve on the Ad Hoc Committee Panel? And the names will be as follows, Chairperson. Mr. Edgar Lavuhalani. He is the Chairperson of the National Heritage Council. And the second name, Chairperson, will be Mr. Becky Winston Josia Langa, and he's the Chairperson of Freedom Park. And number 3 Chairperson is Professor Seth Cooper, and is the Chairperson of Robben Island. Number 4 Chairperson, Sibongile Sitoledi, and she's the member of Afrikaans Taal Museum. Number 5 Chairperson, Dr. Pateka Patricia Netutete, and she is the CEO of Library for the Blind. And that is the 5 names that I wanted to propose, Chairperson. I propose these names due to the fact that these persons are from different federations. They will be very useful with the knowledge which they have by serving on their federation boards. And Chairperson, if I may ask permission to forward the names to the Secretary for with their CVs. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, maybe I need clarity. I thought you were going to submit our names as a committee, unless I was absent and maybe my memory doesn't serve me well.
Okay.
I need clarity on that.
Okay, the day that we were having a problem of in and out, the official from the office of the speaker explained the process. That's why today we're expecting that any members, especially you, Honorable Mhlongo, on behalf of whoever, you're supposed to come and propose these names which are going to be sit in the ad hoc committee. Is not yet coming to us, with us. After all what they are going to do, these 5 names which are coming from us, and together with 4 names from the office of the ministry. And then there is a process that we're going to follow. So we are on that now. I'm suspecting even the researchers, the secretariat were part of that meeting, which it was outlined, and it was having timeframes, which we agreed that today we must have proposal of names. But any member can add in these names.
Okay. No,
Okay.
thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not clear, but I wanted to raise a concern, Chair. We have 5 names, we don't have their CV, and we cannot just move. Now, I'll propose, let's defer this, let the name come forward, check their CV. For an example, I support Mr. Naya because I know him, but I'm concerned with a proposed name, the chairperson from Freedom Park. Now, what I'm trying to say, Guti, let's have the CV first beforehand, and then let's have an opportunity to look at the CVs and the proposals, and then we approve them, because we cannot say they'll forward CVs later. As a concern, as an example that I've stated clearly. And I support good, let's ensure that transparency and good governance is taking place for us to do an oversight. What I'm trying to say, let's have names before, CV sent to us, and then we can take a decision after that.
Oh, I'm suspecting, as correctly so, Honorable Adams is saying, the CVs are the names and CVs. We ask to give the secretariat to do that. Honorable Maloman.
Thank you, Honor. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to support the issues because I also have a name of the CEO of Library for Blind, which is Ms. Pateka Njutse Matsaya. I'm also seconding the other 4 names that they can serve as an ad hoc committee. But in reality, yes, they must forward their CVs, those who have been nominated today, or the proposed name, as I'm seconding, that their CVs must be sent to the secretariat, to our secretariat, so that we can also be sent or be forwarded to us as members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maloman. Honorable members, I'm seeing another hand. Honorable Mamabulo.
No. I'm able, Honorable Mhlongo clarified, because with us, our process is on a later stage. With now, we're dealing with nominations. I think maybe he didn't get the part that we discussed, that we are going to deal with CVs today, and the CVs, I think, were sent prior. I agree with him when he says he's supporting one of the names here. Yes, we do support him also, but I also support the proposal by Mrs. Adams to say, no, let's take the names to the secretary. It's good to have people who are having experience. With us, even in parliament, it's good when you do continuance on, because unlike bring a new person who can bring experience, it's a very serious committee which needs to serious committee which needs to be taken serious of the language. Yeah, so I support the names. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable members, those honorable members thinking that today they didn't come with the names, you are allowed that as from today, when Honorable Adams with these CVs, which she has CVs, but she was not going to have a right to forward before tabling in this meeting. So now, if is there any other members who want to forward names, they are allowed. We're thinking that we have the same understanding of today, but I'm suspecting we still have time to give other members, as Honorable Malomane, she has just done now. The rejection and accepting, there is a process to follow. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we have minutes set of 2 minutes.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Michelle.
When is the timeline for us to submit other names, and then, because let's have a timeline.
There is a timeline even now today. Jabu, can you speak on timelines? Because when we wanted that thing must be done last Friday, we were thinking that we're unfair in a short time, but also this process came with already having about 2 lapsing of time. So can Jabu talk to that?
Good afternoon, members. Chairperson, in the last meeting, Chair, members were supposed to table the names of the candidates today in this meeting, and then submit the CV so that we can send it to members. And then next week, Tuesday, we should do the nominations, because the names have to go to minister, so that ad hoc committee can commence with the work that it will have to do of drawing up the adverts for the Pansal board. So we were supposed to have the tabling of the names today, and then the CVs will be sent to us for us to circulate to members. And then next week, Tuesday, then the nominations must be done in the meeting. And then after those nominations have been agreed upon in the meeting, then after that meeting, the names will go to the minister after being adopted in the committee meeting next week, Tuesday.
Can I propose the process, honorable member? As we are having this Tuesday, can all the members forward the names, in order that on Tuesday we must table all the names with the CVs, that the CVs as from today must be sent to the secretariat together with the names, in order that coming next Tuesday we must do both table and nominations. That's my proposal. I've been having hands that they didn't drop down. Honorable Zondi, I don't know whether others are still legacy hands. Honorable Zondi.
Yes, Chair. I think I was trying to propose the next meeting, which is I don't know. Our next meeting is not on Friday, but I see Friday is too close. So the next Tuesday that you are proposing, I think it's better, because it gives us more days to do to submit the final names. But because the process that we agreed upon in the last meeting, we agreed that today we'll be submitting then the nomination in the following Tuesday. So to do both on Wednesday, on Tuesday, on next Tuesday on our next meeting, I think the proposal, Chair, is what supported. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing other hands. Honorable Mamabulo, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Malomani. Honorable Mamabulo, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, can I speak?
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to support Babuzondi. Let's have Friday as the closing date for us, and then Friday they circulate all the CVs to us. On Tuesday we decide both with the CVs and the numbers. That's I support to if you understand the Babuzondi.
Perfect. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Maloman.
I'm seconding the view that Friday, the closing date of submissions of names and CVs, and then it will be forwarded to us maybe on Friday, between Friday and Saturday, so that by Tuesday, all of us have got information. I'm seconding, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Team A. All that's fine. Let's go to the minutes. We have got 2 sets of minutes. The minutes of 10th October. Yes, we must just run because they were with us. Nice. Yeah, it was that long day, starting at 9 till 15:20. Members without even having a break. I'm appreciating our members. I'm suspecting this honorable member has got a legacy hand that is not dropping down. Honorable Zond, I'm proposing that the minutes must be adopted. Honorable Zond.
Yes, Chair, I'm proposing that we accept the minute. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Zond. Any seconder? Honorable Malomani.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seconding that these are the true reflection of what has transpired in that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malomani. These minutes have been adopted and we are in order. The second set of minutes, which is 11 October. These minutes, the meeting started at 9 and ends at 2 o'clock. Also, we must thank honorable members to do justice to their work. Any proposal of adoption of the minutes? Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that the minutes be adopted by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene Mteto.
I second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mteto. Now these minutes are being adopted and a true reflection of the discussion. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to thank honorable members the way that we are taking serious our work, the contributions is going to assist the department and entities. It's not just child's play. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank
you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Be well, be well, Chair.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you all.
Getting
Thank you
there.
all.
I'm getting this. I'm getting there. Thank you all. Thank you so much.